hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your home, 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 gunman in your home.
Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your home, 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 gunman in your home.
Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, she like that. Gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, gunman in she hold, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your home, 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 gunman in your home.
Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How do you get low? How do you get low? I'm gonna empty the clip and I reload. How do you get low? How do you get low? I'm gonna empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your home, 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 gunman in your home.
Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How do you get low? How do you get low? I'm gonna empty the clip and I reload. How do you get low? How do you get low? I'm gonna empty the clip. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your home, 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 gunman in your home.
Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, Gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your hole, 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 gunman in your hole,
Master.
Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your hole, 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 gunman in your hole.
Master.
Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your hole, 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 gunman in your hole.
Master.
Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your hole, 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 gunman in your hole.
Master.
Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
If you like a gunman in your hole, type 1 in the chat. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago.
Living in your house,
Good morning.
trying to raise your family in
I don't know about all you,
law-abiding
but
manner.
this man voice is irritating
9
me.
o'clock in the morning.
Philip Alexander.
Gunman in your hole,
Gunman in your hole this morning. How do you feel? How do you feel when you wake up in the morning and you see this news? How do you feel? Huh? Welcome to the Slimy Show. We're broadcasting on the Workers' Rights platform, YouTube platform, the Workers' Rights YouTube channel, and also on X. If you like a gunman in your hole and you like that, 1 in the chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We have a lot of news.
Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip and I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that.
How does the audio sound? How is the audio?
Gunman in she hole,
Give me
she
feedback on the
like
audio, because I don't want to be doing this shit and then hear the audio is bad.
Gunman in she hole.
So once I get the feedback, I'ma start. Audio check, mic check, mic check. How is the audio in the stream?
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your hole.
Gunman in your hole this morning, Trinidad and Tobago.
Gunman in your hole.
You're getting bull pistol from the left, you're getting bull pistol from the right.
Gunman in your hole. Gunman in your hole.
Gunman in your hole.
Gunman in your hole. Gunman in your hole.
Master.
Gunman in she hole.
So the breaking news overnight, Venezuela cancels all deals with Trinidad and Tobago.
Gunman in she hole. Gunman in she hole. She like that. Gunman in she hole. She like that. Gunman in she hole. She like that. Gunman in she hole. Gunman in she hole. Gunman in she hole. She like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your hole. 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 Gunman in your hole.
Master.
Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your hole. Gunman in your hole.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning.
Gunman in your hole. Gunman in your hole.
Okay, let's get started. I'm assuming my audio is fine and everyone can hear me perfectly.
Gunman in
Let
your
me
hole.
get rid of this shit here.
Master.
Gunman in she hole, she like that.
Okay, let's get started. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning. Welcome to the Slimy Show, broadcasting on the Workers' Right platform. If there's any issues with the audio, please let me know because I can't actually hear this. So, the topics I want to discuss today with you is the breaking overnight. Nicolas Maduro, president of Venezuela, cancelled all gas deals with Trinidad and Tobago. God damn it, Trinidad. Wake the fuck up. While you're now sipping on your expensive rum, because of that recent budget, rum is going up 100%, pretending this is just another sunny crisis, those Yankee warships are churning up our waters like sharks in a feeding frenzy, and it's dragging us straight to the bottom. So first, I hope you guys are starting to see it clearly now. But before we start the talk, let's switch to a prayer from our Trini goddess.
Telling reminder of the imperial arrogance that has long treated Caribbean lives as expendable in the name of security. Let us be clear, this is not protection, this is recolonization. Trinidad and Tobago's alignment with US military objectives marks a catastrophic betrayal of the Caribbean consensus that our region must remain a zone of peace. In a single stroke, our leadership has reversed decades of struggle towards regional autonomy, from the Federation dream to the founding principles of CARICOM, by inviting a foreign power with documented history of anti-Black, xenophobic, and extractive aggression into our waters. This government has traded the dignity of the people for the optics of proximity to empire. We must name it for what it is: the sale of sovereignty dressed as diplomacy. What we are witnessing, the invasion of our Caribbean waters, the killing of 32 men on alleged drug boats without due process or evidence, is not justice. It is murder. It is imperial violence dressed up once again in the rhetoric dog whistle of security and war on drugs. Again, let us be clear, this is not about drugs. It is about natural resources. It is about oil. It is about power. The United States, abetted by local collaborators, has long used narratives to justify control over territories rich in natural resources and geostrategic access. Our region has been a pawn in their empire building for centuries. With the apparent complicity now of our own leadership, the cycle continues. To our goodly Prime Minister, I say this: allegiance to empire is not leadership, it is capitulation. It is the mimicry of colonial power masquerading as progress, even as it alienates us from our Caribbean brothers and sisters who continue to insist on peace, independence, and regional self-determination. I write not as a partisan. I have long unsubscribed from our party-led politics, nor do I subscribe to the bankrupt capitalist system that sustains them. I write as a Caribbean socialist, aligned with the unrealized visions of those who imagined freer, fairer, more humane futures for our people. From Claudia Jones to Una Marsan to CLR James to Morris Bishop to Audre Lorde to Sylvia Winter, may they all walk in power. Their work reminds us that another world was always possible, even when empire insisted otherwise. What we face now is a moral and ideological crisis, not just of governance, but of imagination. It is time to reclaim both. We must begin to dream again, knowing we do not have all the answers, but still willing to painstakingly envision a brave new hybrid, uncolonized way of being, living and thriving outside of the death-riddled machinery of capitalism and militarism that has never served us. Caribbean sovereignty is not for sale. Caribbean lives are not collateral damage. And peace, true peace, must never be bartered for power. I am taking this public stance for my baby girl so that one day when history measures who stood silent and who spoke, there will be record that I did not sit idly by. However small, inconvenient, maybe terrifying or inconsequential it may seem to some, silence in moments such as these is complicity. So I stand here today for my daughter, for our children, for those not yet born. Let this be on record. I am Abeo Aisha Christabel Jackson, 6th generation American from the lineage of Amphi and Bashana Jackson.
Thank you. Oh. Amen, amen. That, my dear viewers, this morning was our daily prayer. I hope you take that forward with you this morning and you listen to everything she said. You know what? That speech was so powerful, I think we need to hear it again. when I heard that speech the first time, it actually broke me to tears. This is the Trinidad. This is what I'm supposed to be hearing from you people. Instead of capitulating to the United States and their goals, you should be fighting back. So once again, let's go back to this speech from this girl. Well, it was very powerful. God bless you, Aisha. I want you to somehow get in contact with me if you can, if possible, please.
Telling reminder of the imperial arrogance that has long treated Caribbean lives as expendable in the name of security. Let us be clear, this is not protection, this is recolonization. Trinidad and Tobago's alignment with US military objectives marks a catastrophic betrayal of the Caribbean consensus that our region must remain a zone of peace. In a single stroke, our leadership has reversed decades of struggle towards regional autonomy, from the Federation dream to the founding principles of CARICOM, by inviting a foreign power with documented history of anti-Black, xenophobic, and extractive aggression into our waters. This government has traded the dignity of the people for the optics of proximity to empire. We must name it for what it is: the sale of sovereignty dressed as diplomacy. What we are witnessing, the invasion of our Caribbean waters, the killing of 32 men on alleged drug boats without due process or evidence, is not justice. It is murder. It is imperial violence dressed up once again in the rhetoric dog whistle of security and war on drugs. Again, let us be clear, this is not about drugs. It is about natural resources. It is about oil. It is about power. The United States, abetted by local collaborators, has long used narratives to justify control over territories rich in natural resources and geostrategic access. Our region has been a pawn in their empire building for centuries. With the apparent complicity now of our own leadership, the cycle continues. To our goodly rhetoric dog whistle of security, power with documented history of anti-Black, xenophobic, and extractive aggression into our waters. This government has traded the dignity of the people for the optics of proximity to empire. We must name it for what it is: the sale of sovereignty dressed as diplomacy. What we are witnessing, the invasion of our Caribbean waters, the killing of 32 men on alleged drug boats without due process or evidence, is not justice. It is murder. It is imperial violence dressed up once again in the rhetoric dog whistle of security and war on drugs. Again, let us be clear, this is not about drugs. It is about natural resources. It is about oil. It is about power. The United States, abetted by local collaborators, has long used narratives to justify control over territories.
What did she say? What did she say? What did this queen just tell? What did she just say? The United States, aided and abetted by local collaborators. Who will those local collaborators be? Would you tell me?
Has long used narratives to justify control over territories rich in natural resources and abetted by local collaborators. United States, 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 abetted by local collaborators, has long used narratives to justify control over territories rich in natural resources and geostrategic access. Our region has been a pawn in their empire building for centuries. With the apparent complicity now of our own leadership, the cycle continues. To our good Prime Minister, I say this: allegiance to empire is not leadership, it is capitulation. It is the mimicry of colonial power masquerading as progress, even as it alienates us from our Caribbean brothers and sisters who continue to insist on peace, independence, and regional self-determination. I write not as a partisan. I have long unsubscribed from our party-led politics, nor do I subscribe to the bankrupt capitalist system that sustains them. I write as a Caribbean socialist, aligned with the unrealized visions of those who imagined freer, fairer, more humane futures for our people. From Claudia Jones to Una Marson to CLR James to Morris Bishop to Audre Lorde to Sylvia Winter, may they all walk in power. Their
Preach,
work
sister,
reminds
preach.
us that another world was always possible, even when empire insisted otherwise. What we face now is a moral and ideological crisis, not just of governance, but of imagination. It is time to reclaim both. We must begin to dream again, knowing we do not have all the answers, but still willing to painstakingly envision a brave new hybrid, uncolonized way of being, living and thriving outside of the death-riddled machinery of capitalism and militarism that has never served us.
Preach!
Caribbean sovereignty is not for sale. Caribbean lives are not collateral damage. And peace, true peace, must never be bartered for power. I am taking this public stance for my baby girl so that one day when history measures who stood silent and who spoke, there will be record that I did not sit idly by. However small, inconvenient, maybe terrifying or inconsequential it may seem to some, silence in moments such as these is complicity. So I stand here today for my daughter, for our children, for those not yet born. Let this be on record. I am Abeo Aisha Christabel Jackson, 6th-generation American from the lineage of Amphi and Bashana Jackson.
Oh my God. That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. It almost brought tears to my eyes. Aisha Christabel Jackson, I love you. Amen. That is our prayer for this morning. So breaking overnight. How do you change this?
Reminder.
All right. Oh, no, I don't want to start this. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's nothing but winning and winning and winning and winning and more winning with this UNC government. I don't mean to laugh because this is really serious what is happening, and this is it's going to be nothing but bad news for Trinidad and Tobago with the news that happened overnight. Venezuela has cancelled all deals with Trinidad and Tobago. I have to wiggle around this camera. Yeah, so Venezuela has cancelled all deals with Trinidad and Tobago. This is so upsetting and depressing. I almost don't want to be on this live. I don't want to be here. I am ashamed. I am embarrassed. I'm humiliated by everything that this government is doing. The way we look on the world stage, we for like no one has ever heard of the country Trinidad and Tobago except for this week. So we have international journalists on Trinidadian soil reporting live, Al Jazeera. That could only signal bad things for the country of Trinidad. So Trump is ramping up this war with Trinidad. So apparently overnight, not overnight, but yesterday, Maduro foiled a plot between the CIA and Trinidad. So now Trinidad is complicit in actions that are negative to Venezuela. So Nicolas Maduro did the correct thing by amping up the pressure and suspended all gas deals with Trinidad and Tobago, all deals. And I suspect this has been in the making for at least a few days, because we're hearing news now that this great big company Nutrien is closing up shop in Trinidad. And the narrative they're trying to paint to you is this is something because of port fees or some other nonsense. But I think Nutrien sees the future and sees what is coming, and they are packing up shop before bombs start dropping on Trinidad and Tobago.
The Earth is 70% water. And 30% land. But the entire sky belongs to us.
How does it make you feel seeing this in your waters? Does it make you feel safe? Does it comfort you that now you have US warships doing maneuvers, fancy maneuvers like that over Trinidad and Tobago? Because I've heard reports, I've heard it from you. You guys are actually reporting you're seeing drones and all this stupid shit now happening over Trinidad. My God, what have you people done? What have you done? What have you done to my country? I am so upset.
If ever we needed a reminder of how unstable and how dangerous this world that we live in is, and how vulnerable our Caribbean region is, it is now with us, facing a multiplicity of threats. We don't need to look any further than the menacing vessels, military vessels from the United States across the Caribbean Sea.
She is talking about the United States gravely, freshly chased out of the Middle East by the Houthis. It is now docking in the port of Trinidad and Tobago, like it owns the place. And it's all aimed at Maduro's throat. And they call it a war on drugs. It's an anti-drug operation. You know, striking speedboats in international waters, killing 43 people since September, with the co-signature of our Prime Minister, Ms. Kamla Persad-Bissessar.
Including what is reputed to be the world's largest warship. These are not times of pirates anymore. This is 2025. And we have cause to be duly concerned. Because even as that is happening, one of the most dangerous hurricanes for the 2025 Atlantic season is bearing down on...
Oh, as she mentioned the hurricane, that's one of the second stories that I want to speak about. The best and brightest of Trinidad and Tobago stranded in Jamaica. That's the second story I'll speak about after I speak about this topic here.
Our brothers and sisters in the Northern Caribbean, Melissa, we are facing, my friends, an extremely dangerous and untenable situation in Southern Caribbean. And as a people with a tragic history of being subjected to centuries of big power, orchestrated genocide, terrorism, and warfare, and as a small state, we have invested tremendous time and energy and effort in establishing and maintaining.
And this is what another thing that upsets me terribly with the decision of Trinidad and Tobago to side with the United States. For the past 2 years on my screen, I've been seeing nothing but blown up babies. A genocide being committed. The Holocaust of our time, the Holocaust of our lifetime. And no one in Trinidad and Tobago is speaking up about this. No one. In the past 2 years, who has protest? Who has spoken up about this? And now we see the government of Trinidad and Tobago siding with demons. It is very upsetting. It's very embarrassing. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be here. I am so ashamed of you people that I almost want you to just accept the consequences for your actions, because you see this dumb shit happening every day. Every day it's something escalatory that's happening in the news. But yet you supporters of the UNC, this United National Congress of Criminals, you say nothing and you still support. You have warships parked in your ports and you say nothing, and you still support, and you still go on the news shows and say this is something to do with drugs. You fucking morons.
Our region as a zone of peace. Peace is critical to all that we do in this region. And now that peace is being threatened, we have to speak up. I believe that the time has come for us, therefore, to be able to ensure that we do not accept that any entity has the right to engage in extrajudicial killings of persons that they suspect of being involved in criminal activities. As I said, we stand for the rule of law. And we believe that if there is other intelligence available that would cause you to take action that is an immediate threat to you as a nation, then you have a duty to share it with us. But on the face of it, conflating law enforcement with military action is a dangerous step, as Kerry Simmons advocated a few weeks ago. We equally...
I'm so fucking upset and embarrassed. I almost don't want to do this, man. Renaissance should be on this stream fighting for this. It's upsetting. It's upsetting.
Do not accept that any nation in our region or the greater Caribbean should be the subject of an imposition upon
How is my fucking audio?
them of any unilateral expression of force and violence by any third party or nation. If there are conflicts and disputes that are in need of resolution, then the place that they need to be taken for such resolution is the United Nations organization. And the methodology that must be deployed for the resolution is one of negotiation and peaceful actions taken in order to ensure that we can settle disputes. Barbados has always been that place, and that is why we were the location for the opposition and government in Venezuela to sign the pact here a few years ago, because we are friends of all and satellites of none. And I say so comforted that this has been the position of every single government of the country since independence. The violent actions that this buildup has led to needs to be the subject of dialogue.
And I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I actually didn't like Mia Motley a year ago, because she was like pushing this climate change, this climate whole change agenda, like and she was like a servant of the imperialists. So I had a kind of dislike for her, because she's pushing a message that was fed to her by. But whatever. Let's not talk about that. You know, I don't want to like piss anybody off right now. But let's focus on this message, Mia Motley. I wish I had that video with Keith Rowley speaking about the consequences of gas. I don't have it on me.
And I have said
If
before,
anybody has it, the number, my WhatsApp number is on the screen. You have it. Just send it to me. Renaissance, if you have that video, send it to me.
almost every war in the world in history has been ended by dialogue. So let us have dialogue to prevent the war from starting rather than to stop it when it has started.
That there, ladies and gentlemen,
Needed a re-
that there, ladies and gentlemen, is the Prime Minister, Mia Mottley of Barbados, a little small country which is unfortunately going to be affected by the actions that we take here in Trinidad and Tobago. I want to hear your thoughts on what is happening. The number to call in is 347-791-3311. Calling on WhatsApp. Don't call me directly. I am not responsible for your charges. If you're stupid enough to actually not use WhatsApp, then that's on you. But the number to call on WhatsApp is 347-791-3311. Just take that a note. And I'm not one of those radio talk shows that will actually, if you call in and you start talking shit, like you don't support President Maduro or Maduro wasn't elected or any of that imperial nonsense, I will shut you down immediately. Don't call in trying to fuck my head up with that stupid shit. So since Renison wasn't here backing me up, I'm doing this by myself. I have to use Hennessy to give me the confidence. That's why you actually seen some anger coming out in me right now. Anyway, let's continue. So that was Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, giving a wonderful and beautiful speech. So God bless you, Mia Mottley. I love you. Call me. My number is 347-791-3311. I would love to have you on this show. So next up, this woman.
Of course, the safety security is priority number one.
All right. She was asked by a reporter, what are the consequences of the United States having ships and troops on our soil? But help me out here. I'm fucking stupid. I'm a little drunk right now because I have this anima system. Wasn't the whole deal with having troops on our soil is that Venezuela had to attack Guyana, and then in the event of that happening, only then and only then would we allow the United States to base on our soil to protect our brothers in Guyana. So what the fuck is happening now?
To help keep the narco traffickers, the drug traffickers, human traffickers out. And they're also going to give us some assistance, technical assistance, IT assistance, and some humanitarian work in using their Marines.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, yes. The United States Marines and that warship is there to give fucking humanitarian assistance to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. They're here to build schools, you stupid bitches.
Navy members to help us with, schools or maybe some of our bases to upgrade. Our infrastructure has been so run down, so they have offered that as well. In addition to the safety, security, and the training, they're also going to give us some training here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. So that is your embarrassing excuse for a prime minister. I am here calling on the Slimy Show on October 28, 2025 that Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Besessa should fucking resign from her post as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. What she has done is I'm drunk, I'm sorry. This woman needs to resign. What she has done is she has put each and every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago at risk. She has given up our sovereignty to Donald Trump. Oh God. And most of you will know I used to be a supporter of Donald Trump. I was one of these dummies in the red hat saying make America great again. But if making America great comes with the destruction of Trinidad and Venezuela and fucking CARICOM, because what happens with Venezuela, there's going to be rippling effects throughout the entire Caribbean region. So we see CARICOM uniting against Trinidad and Tobago. But yet still, we have military vessels doing covert CIA operations launched from our soil. So now all bets are off with Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad is now a military target of Venezuela. And the first step, the first step of that is cutting off financial relationships with the country. And that is exactly what has been done last night. The president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, has terminated all oil and gas deals with the country of Trinidad and Tobago. Let's listen to this. Let's listen to this embarrassing excuse of a prime minister again. When she was asked, what is the benefit of having the United States park their vessels on our soil? And it's not just the ships that are in our oceans. We also have fucking what was it? Last week we had the 82nd Airborne land in Trinidad, a unit which I was affiliated with when I was in the United States military. So now you have these motherfuckers in Trinidad, making Trinidad and Tobago a military target. You guys don't know what is in store for you.
Priority is priority number one, to help keep the narco traffickers, the drug traffickers.
And you guys should know by now that this whole excuse that they're saying that this is a drug war, it's all fake. But yet you have your prime minister. Oh my god, I'm not sharing the main shit. Sorry about that. You're hearing her voice, but you're actually not seeing her ugly face. So let's start over.
What's the safety security is priority number one, to help keep the narco traffickers, the drug traffickers, human traffickers out. And they're also going to give us some assistance, technical assistance, IT assistance, and some humanitarian work in using their Marines, their Navy members, to help us with, schools or maybe some of our bases to upgrade. Our infrastructure has been so run down, so they have offered that as well. In addition to the safety, security, and the training, they're also going to give us some training here in Trinidad and Tobago.
You hear that, Trinidad? The United States military is on your soil to give you training. They're there on your soil to give you security and training. You're hearing this? This woman said that there's only good things that's going to happen with the United States based on our soil. But anyway, in breaking news, Venezuela has successfully captured alive CIA-backed mercenary groups planning a false flag operation in the waters near Trinidad and Tobago, according to Reuters. So what had happened, and I am so impressed with the Venezuelan military. This is the second false flag operation that they foiled so far. The first false flag operation was the attack on the United States Embassy in Venezuela. They foiled that. Now, yesterday, with this, the United States gravely docked in our waters, they captured another they dismantled another false flag operation. So what was actually going to happen is, with the ship being docked in the ports of Trinidad and Tobago, that ship was supposed to be attacked, and the attack was going to be blamed on Venezuela. And somehow, I don't know how they did it, Venezuela foiled that attack, which is strange. But congratulations to Venezuela. Big up my peoples, big up my Bolivarian people on foiling this attack from the United States Empire. So I mentioned to you guys earlier that the Trinidad and Tobago has finally hit it upon the United States international media. So there's a journalist called Glenn Greenwald, who did an interview with a CIA mercenary that was responsible for the failed coup that happened in Venezuela in the first Trump administration. So let's go to that interview that Glenn Greenwald had with this guy. No, actually, no, this guy is not Glenn Greenwald. It's Max Blumenthal, excuse me. Why am I losing my voice already? Anyway, here's this interview. I'm going to take a break for now.
Are complicit, that they're working with drug cartels, that they're directly involved with the drugs that are being pushed into the United States, that they are doing this on purpose, and that the government, specifically the President Maduro, has to be removed so we can put somebody else in there who will not allow that to happen. So that is basically what our government is telling us. Now, before there's one drop of blood spilled by an American in Venezuela, or another, $10 billion spent from your tax money, it's your job to find out, is this true? Because we obviously didn't ask the right questions in Vietnam. We didn't ask the right questions going back to Korea. We certainly didn't ask the right questions in Iraq. So we cannot once again allow our government, right, to start a war and spend our money, our treasure, our blood, our children's blood on a lie. So is this a lie? Simple, right? That's what I have to do. I claim to be a journalist. Well, then, damn it, be a journalist, right? So over the last couple of days, even late last night, I woke up and I started thinking about this. I said, we have to make sure this doesn't happen. I had a conversation with Max Blumenthal. I think Max Blumenthal is one of the smartest guys in the world. I'm going to play some of Max Blumenthal for you, by the way, his take on this as well. He just had a conversation with a guy named Jordan Gaudreau. Jordan Gaudreau is hired by the CIA and the Trump administration, the previous Trump administration, to go to Venezuela and remove Maduro and somehow create a coup in the government so that they can be replaced with people who are more favorable to U.S. multinational corporations in the United States so they can make more money off of the hydrocarbons that are in Venezuela and the resources of Venezuela. According to Max, even the gold in Venezuela. My God, it sounds like we've gone back 100 years. But let's go back to the question. This is what you and I need to talk about. So, U.S. government says this. Is that true? Right? They say the Venezuelan government is involved in drug trafficking, blah, 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 blah. Is there truth in that? Or is this a story being made up, a fabrication, if you will, so that the United States can get its way for the sake of some very rich assholes who will make a ton of money off of Venezuela, like a lot of rich assholes made a lot of money off of the war lie in Iraq. Okay, let's do this. I looked it up. I started doing some research, and here's what I have found. Let me take you through it. First, I went to the Washington Office on Latin America. It's called WOLA. It's an agency that puts out information. And what I did was I started looking at all the information that was put out by all the major organizations and agencies prior to the Trump administration making these accusations about Venezuela. In other words, I wanted to see what they were saying before we were being told this. And here's what I found. WOLA says Venezuela, in their annual report of 2024, Venezuela is not a transit country for U.S. bound drugs or cocaine. Not. WOLA. DEA. I want to see what the DEA has been saying about Venezuela. This is their, according to the DEA threat assessment for 2024, there's not even a mention of Venezuela as an international threat assessment to U.S. citizens. Huh? So in 2024, it wasn't even mentioned, but all of a sudden in 2025, it is the biggest threat to U.S. citizens, and we have to send submarines and 10,000 soldiers to go there and fight because of something that didn't even exist in 2024. You seeing a pattern here? You seeing what I'm seeing? Let's go to the National Intel Council. This is the Intelligence Council of the United States. It says, or finds, Maduro does not control drug trafficking in this portion of Latin America. Wait, we're being told that Maduro does control drug trafficking. So I'm looking at the agencies that put out the necessary information regarding Venezuela and drug trafficking, and all of them in 2024 were telling me, no, Venezuela is not like Ecuador, Venezuela is not like Mexico, Venezuela's drug cartels, Cartel de Sol and Trinidad are yes, problematic criminal organizations, but in comparison to the big cartels in other parts of the world, they're relatively small. So wait, again, this is not matching up, right? What else did they find? According to the NIC, Venezuela has no role in the production and or export of synthetic drugs to the United States, including fentanyl or opium derivatives. So Venezuela is not involved in fentanyl production. They're not exporting it into the United States. This is the National Intelligence Council, and nothing to do with opium, for example. Well, that's a hell of a thing, because my government's now telling me that it's completely the opposite, right? And you know what's almost ironic about this? You know which country has been responsible for the transport and development of opium in the world? The United States. So if you really think about it, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you this because most of you guys who watch my podcast are pretty smart. So when the United States controlled Afghanistan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just got an alert from Mr. Renison. Anything said on this stream, the Workers' Right platform does not claim responsibility or support or agreement. Anything said on this platform is not necessarily supported. I need a disclaimer, Renison. Send me a disclaimer, man. so I can read this shit out. So the words said on this platform does not necessarily reflect the thoughts, emotions, and whatever of Workers' Right A6A, because I may get him in trouble. I have been sipping a little Hennessy. So you guys that are listening, if you think you can challenge Slimy while I'm drunk and high, please call in. You Dotis Ground Report viewers, I am here for you now. So what is this guy who like to talk shit about me, Trev Den and Just Cool? I am here for you. The number to call in is 347-791-3311. I just read the disclaimer of the Workers' Right A68 platform. Now let's get back to this interview with Max Blumenthal. I need you guys to pay attention to this clearly, because apparently you don't know. Carry on.
Opium production out of the poppy fields of Afghanistan increased about 10 or 20-fold. So in other words, when we were in charge of Afghanistan, the heroin, the opium production the opioids that were being created in Afghanistan went up 10, 20-fold. And as soon as we left Afghanistan, the new government of Afghanistan got rid of the poppy fields and stopped the production of opium. So does that mean we were involved in the trafficking of opium and opium production? You bet your ass we were, at least unless you're blind and you can't see the actual stats. So maybe if we need to invade a country, what, do we invade ourselves? If we want to find a country that was actually systematically involved in the production of drugs to be distributed throughout the world, that eventually came to Americans and got Americans high?
Shots.
These are the facts.
Say that again.
To be distributed throughout the world, and that eventually came to Americans and got Americans high. I mean, these are the facts, Jack. These are the facts. And I think it's incumbent upon us to do this. So, then, and let me introduce Max. Let me let you get Max's take on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Max Blumenthal, world-renowned journalist. You heard this guy for the first time. You did this Trini. Please pay attention to this and learn and understand everything this man is about to say. It is very important. It's about to have the country destroyed. You fucking clowns!
And he takes Max through the story.
Attention to Max, please.
You can look it up. But here's Max talking about what can only be described as pure fucking greed being the reason for what we seem to be seeing taking place right now in Venezuela. Here's Max's take.
I was fascinated by Mr. Gaudreau. I really was. And I think he generally seems to be telling the truth. And you were pushing him, and he was kind of nervous and scared throughout the entire interview. Is he telling the truth about this coup that he tried to pull off?
Well, unless the discovery documents that he acquired through being prosecuted by the U.S. government are fabricated, then he...
Max Blumenthal is an awesome world-renowned journalist, but when he speaks, he has this tendency to put you to sleep. He talks in this slow, like, relaxed tone and monotone and rhythm, and it really puts you to sleep. But this guy is really amazing and awesome, and you should pay attention to everything he says.
He is telling the truth.
This is a really amazing interview.
Much higher than we realized. And I think if we look at what the Trump administration is doing now, not just in Venezuela, but in Greenland, in Congo, in Pakistan, and I'll explain why those areas are relevant here.
Very relevant.
It's a straight up resource grab in Venezuela. And that's why Jordan Goudreau was initially recruited by this group, Global Governments, which was run by Trump's body man, one of the closest people to Donald Trump, someone who might not be that well known to the public, but who is extremely influential right now, named Keith Schiller. So we have all the names of influential people in the Trump organization, what you could kind of call a Trump regime. And they're all over these documents. What wound up happening was an embarrassingly failed coup, which left Jordan Goudreau.
Oh, for you guys that are asking, I'm wearing my military getup because we had war, niggas. We had war. Everybody in Trinidad should be dressed like me because this is what is about to happen to you. We're literally facing military aggression from Venezuela, so everybody should arm up. No, my God, you don't have guns in Trinidad. Oh God. Anyway, carry on.
Hung out to dry. And so they all have plausible deniability right now. But now they're going for the same thing with the U.S. Navy on a massive deployment. And once again, they're all vying for contracts in the day after in a post-Maduro Venezuela. So what we
Did you hear that? So what is happening right now with the Trinidad and Tobago government is you have Kamala Prasad Bissessar. Notice whenever she's asked, is Nicolas Maduro the president of Venezuela, she never answers that question. Pay attention to that. Pay attention to that, Trinis. Pay attention to that. Okay? So you have the government of Trinidad and Tobago planning for the aftermath of Nicolas Maduro. But let me tell you this now. Nicolas Maduro represents at least 75% of the population of Venezuela, which are either socialists, which is 33%, or communists, which is like another 25%. So the people of Venezuela are highly left. They're very left, and there's only 25% of the population, which, with damn, I should really get into the history of Venezuela with this for you. There's kind of like what is happening in Trinidad, where you have the elites on one side, and you have the regular people, the blacks, on the other. You see this happening in Venezuela. People with a light skin, there's high racism in Venezuela, where you have these light skinned Spanish blood people who consider themselves the rulers of the country, and then they are fighting with the other dark skinned people. And you will see this in a video that I'm about to show you, which will get some of you upset. If you're listening to this channel, the video that I'm about to play with you, maybe like a half an hour from now with this woman, will get you upset. But let's continue with this interview with Max Blumenthal. I'm sorry for interrupting. I know you guys don't really want to hear my voice.
Operation Gideon, which was the plot that Jordan Goudreau enacted, which is now mocked as the Bay of Piglets, the stupid Bay of Piglets.
Follow Max Blumenthal on Twitter. If you want to stay educated, if you want to stay informed, this journalist is one you need to follow. So please, on Twitter, just type in Max Blumenthal. He comes up. Make sure he's followed.
And started out as Operation Edgemont, was sort of a pilot program for what Marco Rubio is attempting right now.
He actually says at one point, the plan is to take out Maduro, and that way we can monetize his assets. I mean, how disgusting. How much more plain can he be about what the intent of this was? Sounds like just pure greed based on lies.
Yeah, I mentioned Keith Schiller. He was the Trump body man, sort of played bodyguard, but was also sort of a private liaison who had an arms export control license. He was one of the initial figures in making this deal to secure someone like Jordan Goudreau, who was Special Forces, or former U.S. Green Beret, as the kind of muscle. They believed that they had consolidated a force close to Nicolas Maduro within the military that would flip, and that it would be easy for them to secure some kind of coup. And they were working within the Venezuelan opposition with two figures, Jorge Betancourt and Lester Toledo, who Jordan, I think, correctly identified as CIA assets. Lester Toledo is now an advisor to Nayib Bukele, the Salvadoran president. And these were the key guys who then folded this operation into a formal contract signed by Juan Guaido, recognized as the president of Venezuela by the U.S., and J.J. Rendon, the top political consultant in Venezuela, to actually kidnap Nicolas Maduro and extricate him out of Venezuela in exchange for a $10 million performance bonus. I mean, this was a formal contract. But going back to Keith Schiller and this global governments group, yes, the openly stated objective was to steal Venezuela's resources by removing this kind of nationalist government of Nicolas Maduro and installing someone like Maria Corina Machado, the Nobel War Prize winner, who is openly promised in an interview with Donald Trump Jr.
Whoa, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me get on here. So Maria Machado, this demon who won the Nobel Peace Prize, we actually see certain media hosts, scumbag media hosts, actually painting Maria Machado as this savior just because she was labeled the Peace Prize. But I would like you guys to listen to what exactly Max Blumenthal has to say about this Peace Prize. Pay attention.
To hand over lucrative contracts to Trump Incorporated. And where is Keith Schiller right now? He's a lobbyist for Pakistan to negotiate rare earth mineral deals with the Trump organization. And he's been in and out of Greenland with his new company called GreenMet to attempt to plunder Greenland's rich mineral resources out from under the government of Denmark, which controls Greenland. So it's really obvious what's going on and what Trump Incorporated is about, which is to use the U.S. military or private operators, mercenaries, in order to enrich themselves. And I guess as U.S. taxpayers, we're kind of footing the bill and paying the price of the backlash, which, if there is a regime change in Venezuela through an invasion, would be another massive migration wave.
I think Max is one of the best news gatherers in the world right now. And I say that interestingly enough because
I love Max Blumenthal. He is literally one of the best journalists out there.
You know that thing we learned from our parents, hopefully from your mom, my mom, your dad, my dad, right? And they used to say to me, and I'm sure they said to you too, tell me who you hang around with and I'll tell you who you are. Yeah. So I was just watching some of the different, Sunday morning shows and some of the other cable news shows, and you know who they're interviewing? Instead of looking at the facts like I just did, which by the way, it took me an hour and a half maybe of researching different agencies and looking at their reports, what I just read to you. Instead, you know how they're getting their information? They're interviewing U.S. senators. Most of them are in a bag and corrupt as hell, and they're interviewing other.
Let's speak about corrupt politicians in Trinidad and Tobago, shall we? The number to call in is 347-791-3311 on WhatsApp. We are being broadcast on 3 platforms right now. 2 YouTube channels, The Slimy Show and The Workers' Right platform. And we're also live on X for the first time, the first Trini channel broadcasting live on X, thepennymafia.com, dealing mostly with Caribbean-based issues. X is actually
who are part.
I urge all of you what you call right-thinking Trinis to get yourself on X and over Facebook if you want to start learning about global politics and start receiving real news.
Of these multinational agencies who are going to make buku bucks off of this invasion of Venezuela. They're interviewing people in the military-industrial complex. Hell, I just saw CBS, you know who CBS's go-to guy is? Lindsey Graham. It's like Lindsey Graham. Oh, yeah. If you want the truth, make sure you call Lindsey Graham to find out what's going on, because Lady Lindsey will tell you exactly what's happening. Gosh, it's shameful. But, you don't have to be a genius to figure this stuff out, man. Because my dad taught me since I was a little boy that things are not always as they seem when it comes to U.S. Interventions and U.S. politics.
Correct.
Geopolitics in particular in Latin America, because I was born in Cuba, and my dad was a poor guy who, God bless him, loved the United States and believed in the United States, but also was willing to call the United States out for its faults. And unlike many Cubans in Miami who are like, oh yeah, comunismo, and they vote for people based on how many wars they can start. My dad was very different in that sense, and he had a more humanistic approach. And because he kind of grew up as a peasant with a fourth grade education, he taught me to always think of the little guy. And if you think of the little guy and you look at the history of Latin America, you pretty much find out right away. And Max and I are going to talk about this in a minute, that this is nothing new. History of the United States and its involvement in Latin America is replete with these kinds of things. And it's happened in country after country after country. Maybe the best example, and if you're bored and you want to look it up and you have nothing to do, go to Google. Well, be careful with Google, by the way, but look at some research.
You already said be very, very, very careful with Google. And I told you guys this last week. If you think Google is a legitimate search engine, don't stop thinking that. The Google search engine is highly, highly manipulated, and it is geared, it's veered towards opinions of the United States Empire. If you don't believe me, do a simple search of this: the first black man in space. Do that right now, or when you get a chance, and you will see some in the top of the Google search results. You would see this American, I forgot his name, listed as the first black man in space. But when you scroll down, like maybe like lower in the search results, you would see that the actual first black man in space was a Cuban, and he was launched from the Soviet Union, and way before the Americans even did it. And I forgot his name, but I actually spoke about this, and I gave a whole presentation about it in one of my previous lives as an example on how you shouldn't use Google as the definitive source if you're searching for information that's contrary to the empire. You will always get pro-empire results. So be careful with that, as this guy said.
Compromised. God, so is like Wikipedia. Disgusting. But go look up Jacobo Arbenz. He was a decent man who was elected the president of Guatemala in the 1950s by the Guatemalan people.
Yes.
And as soon as he mentioned that he wanted to do some land reforms and maybe give more power to the people, the CIA and the United States and the United Fruit Company found out about it, and they went in and had him removed, started a coup, which led to a civil war. We paid off the corrupt generals to take over the government. That civil war ended up in the deaths of like 200,000 Guatemalans.
Speaking of civil war, right? Even if let's just say by chance Nicolas Maduro gets killed, that doesn't mean that the country of Venezuela will become more pro-United States. Actually, what will happen? Well, I think if it goes smoothly, it'll be like it is in Iran, where another leadership, another group just comes in that's against the United States. But it could also result, which is more likely to happen, result in a civil war in Venezuela, where you now have armed civilians, Chavistas, right? And what you're going to see happening is you're going to see these Chavistas going and hunting the elites in Venezuela. This has been happening to on a limited scale, but if Nicolas Maduro was removed as president, you would see a mass killing of the elites in that country, I think. But then again, you're going to see the CIA and the United States coming in to support these guys. But Anyway, continue with the interview.
Is kind of a partially owned satellite of the United States to this day because of that, but at the expense of 200,000 people. Nice, huh? Yeah, it's a good one to look up because
how many people in Trinidad would die?
The 1954 Guatemala Arbenz case, a guy again who was democratically elected, and we go in and we take him out because his people liked him, but we didn't. Is it our job to go around deciding who we like and don't like, or is it the people of those countries' job to figure out who they want to be led by, even if they pick a loser, right? It's their job to figure it out, not our job to go in and impose our will. But this has happened over and over and over again. I had this conversation with Max as well. Here's Max's take on the precedent for what we may be seeing right now in Venezuela.
Those of us from Latin America know that this is an old story. The United States has been doing this for the past 100 years. It just seems curious to me that they would be so blatant in this example to just go in there and take out the old playbook and try and play it again. And by the way, they've been doing this for a long, long time in Venezuela. This is not the first failed coup. They keep trying and trying to take out people who were democratically elected, whether we like them or not, whether we like Chavez or we like Maduro, their people elected them, and they should stay in office until they're removed democratically. No? Am I crazy?
A little bit.
Well, I mean, even if it wasn't democratic, there's nothing that's more undemocratic than a foreign government marching into a country, toppling its government, stealing its resources, impoverishing its people, and then just simply leaving them with whatever puppet leadership was installed. And that's what happened throughout the banana wars that you're referring to in Latin America. I mean, read the memoirs of Smedley Butler, the U.S. Marine, who said, I was basically the muscle for a gigantic business cartel. The U.S. Marines marched into Port-au-Prince in Haiti and stole Haiti's gold. They stormed into Nicaragua to steal the country and Guatemala to steal those countries' land on behalf of the United Fruit Company.
United Fruit Company.
And Smedley Butler
That's where Banana Republic came from.
He was basically being used by something that had nothing to do with the United States people, the American people or American democracy. He was just enriching a bunch of oligarchs with top hats. And Jordan Goudreau is kind of playing the same role. I don't know if he has the same awareness, but he's one of many figures who are vying to kind of be the cowboy hero, storming into Caracas, being welcomed as liberators, and realizing the people didn't actually want them there. His fellow U.S. Green Berets and a few Venezuelan rebels who'd been camped out in the Colombian jungles were actually captured by cooperativos, fishermen on the coast of Venezuela, and easily arrested, and they were sold out. But why did they go in? It was ultimately because the Trump administration organized this $15 million bounty on the head of Nicolas Maduro, and they've now raised it to, I think, $50 million, which is the same bounty that was over the head of Osama bin Laden. What they're doing with that bounty is they're trying to entice people, whether it's Jordan Goudreau or Eric Prince from the former Blackwater Company Academy, who controls an entire training base in North Carolina called Camp Moyac. And there was a prospectus in the discovery documents that Jordan Goudreau got for 500 mercenaries to train at Eric Prince's base to go into Venezuela. So they're trying to get as many private operators to go in as possible to terrorize Venezuela. And this keeps happening. I mean, in 2018, Nicolas Maduro was nearly assassinated in a Colombian
drone strike.
Intelligence operation through a drone at a military parade. You can watch the video of that. I interviewed Nicolas Maduro months afterwards, and he directly blamed John Bolton. Well, guess what? Jordan Goudreau said that John Bolton was operating behind the scenes here in attempting to influence these kinds of coups. And what Trump is doing is, even as he's arresting or indicting John Bolton, is like Bolton's fantasy on steroids.
You know, it's interesting talking to Max, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So here's something else Max said that I think is very fascinating that I want you to maybe get an understanding of, because I hadn't heard it quite put this way. And it seems crazy, but Max seems to be convinced, based on the research he does and the people he talks to. One of the best things about Max Blumenthal are his sources who take him through these kinds of explanations. And what he's talking about now is, the good old-fashioned domino effect that some of us remember, or our grandparents or our parents lived through in the 1940s and 50s after World War II, where we just went around basically saying we have to invade or take out a government or remove or start a war somewhere because of the domino effect. It's like, well, we don't like their government, and we fear that if we allow that government, then the government next door will be like that government, and bad will be followed by more bad and more bad. And it's a ridiculous concept that basically says you then have the right to remove anybody anywhere based on the principle of, if I don't like them, I fear others might. And if others might, then they'll do the same as that. And then we, instead of having one president or one leader in one country we don't like, we could have two, and then three, and then four, and then five. It's crazy. I mean, it goes beyond the Platt Amendment and the Monroe Document, at least in Latin America, that says, oh, we're responsible for the governments of all those countries. No, we're not. But with the domino theory, it's even worse, because it gives the United States the outright excuse for going in and changing governments, even if they haven't done anything wrong, just because we think they might. And then they might influence the other country next to them, to the left of them or to the right of them. Oh my God. It's obviously a bullshit reason, but it's been used in the past. And according to Max, it's kind of the thing that's being discussed now. He says in this case, it's not just Venezuela, but it's Cuba, Nicaragua, and Colombia. So is the United States getting ready to go into Venezuela and Colombia and Nicaragua and Cuba? That's a hell of a thing. Here's Max.
Well, those people you're talking about in Miami, unfortunately, those are my people. And, as you often say about some Jewish Americans who seem to be more intent on backing the government of Israel than the government of the United States, we almost have to say, forgive them, for they know not what they do, but they're caught up in this whole thing. And they never stop to think about the consequences or what the actual actions are behind this, because they're just in on it. Venezuelans have just learned a hard lesson. I mean, they went out and supported Trump, voted for Trump, backed Trump, gave money to his campaign, and now he's pretty much pooping on them. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's the definition of a fifth column.
I definitely supported Trump.
Using these elements are using the United States government as a vehicle for settling scores in other countries, and members of the U.S. military are expected to fight and die for these foreign causes and foreign intrigues. And I think a large part of the American public's waking up to it. Younger Republicans or younger people on the right, I guess you could call them conservatives, are waking up to this issue, and there's no support for this among younger progressives. But I also noticed an interesting trend among younger Cuban Americans, which is that they actually liked normalization with Cuba because it was easier for them to go back and visit their families and go to this country. And, they hadn't lived through the Bay of Pigs and all of these other intrigues. And I think, they would want a more peaceful, harmonious relationship with Cuba. But Venezuela and the regime change operation there is intended, from Marco Rubio's perspective, to have a ricochet effect. From Rubio's point of view, it's purely ideological. It's all about Doral and South Florida. He wants to destroy the engine that has sustained the Cuban Revolution as the U.S. embargo tightens, and that's Venezuela. So once they're done with Venezuela, they're going to move to Cuba. They're going to move to Nicaragua, which has a socialist-oriented nationalist government, which is actually very popular inside Nicaragua. And Trump is now threatening Nicaragua with 100%.
But let me just say this. There will be no finishing of Venezuela. After this, Venezuela is going to be more communist, in my opinion, because right now, 60% of the population is left leaning, where you have 33% of the population is socialist. You have another 25% that think those socialists are not left leaning enough, and they're the communists. So you have 25% of those people. So if you see a disruption in the Venezuelan government, you're gonna see that 75% of the people gang up against the capitalists, the elite siding people, and it's gonna be nothing but bloodshed. Trust me, I'm telling you this is gonna happen because as a Chavista myself, this is how I feel about traitors to the
tariffs,
government,
which will
traitors to
have
the
the
movement.
usual effect of causing a migration wave from a country that has not had many migrants to the U.S. You don't meet a lot of Nicaraguans around the U.S. If they go to work, labor jobs, they'll go to Costa Rica. So this is another disaster in the waiting, and it has to stop at Venezuela with some sanity. And that means the U.S. people need to demand that their members of Congress actually vote on this. And U.S. journalists need to start researching and filing FOIA requests on what the U.S. is doing in the Caribbean and ask tough questions, which are not possible at the Pentagon because the Pentagon has imposed new censorship rules, which resemble those of the supposed authoritarian countries the U.S. constantly denounces.
Now I want to talk about something that I think is so important based on the need for us to understand. Let me start this one again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now I want to talk about something that's really, really important, which cuts against everything that the Trump administration stands for. This is such a fucking paradox. Think about this for a minute. What will happen if what Max describes takes place? What if we were to invade or create a conflagration, if you will, light things up in Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and who am I missing? Colombia. What do you think will happen? Let me tell you what will happen. What is the one thing the Trump administration is most against and got elected for? Correct. Controlling immigration in the United States. Making sure America is for Americans, not for people coming here. What do you think will happen if we do this in those 4 countries? Just the opposite. The number of people who will come to the United States will be at least 5-fold increase in immigration to the United States from those countries. Every single time we unsettle a country, why do you think there are so many Guatemalans in the United States? Do you think Guatemalans hate their country and want to come here inherently? No. Guatemalans would love nothing more than to stay in Guatemala. Cubans would have loved nothing more than to stay in Cuba. Venezuelans would have loved nothing more than to stay in Venezuela.
Yep.
All the people who leave their countries, right, would love to stay in their countries. But when conditions become such that they can't stay in those countries, most often because Western countries have gone in there, whether it's Syria or Libya or Cuba, or most recently in Latin America and the history of Latin America, or just in the last 20 years, Venezuela, because the United States has enacted policies to destroy and coups to destroy Venezuela, therefore making it impossible for people to live there because inflation is so high and the conditions are horrible and crime goes up, all externally caused in many ways. And by the way, Maduro's not faultless, and the government of Venezuela is not faultless, but
Maduro is, well, the only way I would say Maduro is not faultless is because he did not diversify the economy of Venezuela. But other than that, his leadership, his everything he was doing was perfect. He actually followed the lead of he actually followed the lead of the Chavista movement, the whole socialist whatever.
Obviously,
I lost my brain thought right there.
sanctions, the freezing of assets, and all these things have helped to destroy its economy, therefore making it impossible for people to live there. And what happens? All of a sudden, we have Venezuelans all over the United States. We didn't have Venezuelans in the United States before that. The only people who left Venezuela after Chavez were the rich assholes who left because they didn't think they'd be able to get their way under the Chavez government. Not all of them, by the way. Venezuelans are wonderful people. I'm not saying all Venezuelans are all rich people or bad or anything like that. But generally speaking, the only people who left Venezuela back then were not necessarily, people who had nothing to contribute to the United States. In fact, most of those people who left because of Chavez voted for Trump and gave him money to get elected. So that's the situation that I think we have to really understand when it comes to something like this. So if MAGA's entire initiative is America for Americans, which I agree with, by the way, control the borders, which I agree with, by the way, make sure we don't have people coming to the United States. Well, then this is the polar opposite of that, this action that we're talking about.
Correct.
Now, which is another reason that people in the United States should be questioning it and saying, whoa, wait a minute. This flies in the face of your promise, Mr.
Correct.
President. This is just the kind of stuff that we need to talk about and understand, but we never do, and the media never even mentions it. In the United States, the immigration debate is always about, oh, they're taking over this and they're eating cats, et cetera, stupid shit. And it's never a real intelligent geopolitical explanation of the facts. So here's my conversation with Max Blumenthal on this very issue.
I think there's no question that anytime you do these types of things, there's always going to be a backlash. And the backlash, more often than not, is the immigration or emigration to the United States. I mean, this happens over and over again. It kind of bothers me, Max, that never becomes a part of the discussion when it comes to immigration.
Nope.
I never hear people say, yes, we've got a ton of Hondurans here and a ton of Guatemalans here because we started a civil war there that chased people off their land and killed almost 200,000 people. Of course they don't want to live there. They'll go wherever the hell they can go to get out of that place.
They never, ever, even on left of center pro-Democratic Party media, will never, ever tell you why we keep having all these migration waves. They'll either tell us we either need to just take them in and love them with open arms, or we need to send them to torture centers in El Salvador and humiliate them and denigrate them in the streets. But they'll never give you the context, which is the drug war. That's one of the biggest pieces of context that can be provided that destabilized Mexico. What about NAFTA? Something that Trump capitalized on. NAFTA also destabilized Mexico, destroyed its rural economy, was responsible for a massive migration wave. How about the U.S. propping up leaders like Juan Orlando Hernandez in Honduras, who is a de facto drug lord who's now in a federal prison in Florida? That's why do you think we had so many migrant caravans from Honduras? And now Ecuador has been totally destabilized by cartels. And who's at the top of that cartel? It's the Noboa family, who's shipping cocaine all around the world in their Bonita banana packages, working with the Albanian mafia. That's where the cocaine goes from Europe. And most of the fentanyl and that kind of drug that's poisoning us is coming from the Pacific coast. It's not coming from Venezuela. Everybody knows that, but nobody says that. And so we get no context. And here's what will happen in Venezuela if Marco Rubio gets his way. There will be a invasion of Venezuela after decapitation strikes. There will be, in that case, civil war inside Venezuela, a bloodbath, because the Chavistas will have to fight because they know that as Maria Corina Machado, the planned U.S. quote-unquote governor for the day after, has said, she will violently purge all iterations of Chavismo from Venezuela and will basically be Pinochet in a skirt. Do you think the millions of people who have stood for Chavismo for decades are going to put up with that and let themselves be.
So the Nobel Peace Prize winner, who other radio stations in Trinidad are bigging up that she's the greatest thing since sliced bread, is calling for a violent purge of all the Chavistas, which is like 75% of the population of her country. So if Nicolas Maduro was to be removed from power, what do you think that 75% is going to do against the 25, knowing that the 25 is coming to try to kill them? So what I think will happen if this was to progress like naturally without the interference of Russia, China, and Iran, which I'm not actually including in this assessment, you will have like a violent purge of citizens in Venezuela, and the country will actually become more socialist, more communist.
Dragged into prisons and executed. So there's going to be a civil war. But one thing they can't do is they can't do some clean military coup because the military is with Nicolas Maduro.
Why did they give her the Nobel Peace Prize? Do you think it was? Do you think they were doing that to take a shot at Trump?
No, I think they were doing that because they wanted regime change in Venezuela and they were trying to give Trump the green light. And if you look at all of the previous Nobel Peace Prizes, or I would call them war prizes, all of them,
the Nobel Peace Prize is fake.
In the past several years went to U.S. government assets vying for regime change in independent or Russian-aligned or socialist-oriented countries, what we call dissidents. So this was another case. They happened to give the Nobel Peace Prize to Machado, someone who actually signed a formal document of cooperation with ICC wanted war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu, and then issued a separate letter calling for Netanyahu to invade her own country of Venezuela. So the Nobel Peace Prize has been completely discredited by this award.
So once again, let me just bring you up to date before I close this out. This is Jay Speak. I've always said this to you because I think it's important. It's important to have access. It's important to learn. It's important to go around the world and get different ideas about the things that we have been told. If you live in the West, and especially in the United States, I'm sorry, but you are so loaded with bullshit every day. Our corporate media in the United States, the CBSs, the ABCs, the NBCs, they're so bought and paid for. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. What I do here is I'm in Turkey. I was in China. I was in Crimea. I am in Moscow. I am in Istanbul. I am going to different places, talking to different people, because the people on this side of the world are waking up. BRICS is for real. The multipolar world is for real. The global South is for real. And these countries that are coming together they should, if nothing else, even if we don't like them or don't disagree with them, they should be heard. And when you hear them, you start seeing things a little differently in many ways. And maybe this is something we should have done a long time ago, but unfortunately, for me anyway, access is important. You have to be here to talk to these people. You have to be here to understand a different kind of mindset and ideology.
All right. So I hope you guys learned from that interview. The major points behind it is from that interview was you know what I should do? Renaissance sent me this video that he wants me to play for you guys. And I'm not drunk anymore. Hold on, let me see if I could get this video up. One second.
Well, it was only a
Hello, good day. My friend, all my followers. all those people.
Gotta move this. Oh my god, I can't move the screen.
My friend, all my followers, all those people who are sending. Hello, good. Hello.
Hold on a second.
Good day, my friend, all my followers. All
How do I get a WhatsApp video to view on this main freaking screen? What, Renaissance, send me the actual link for that video instead of the actual video file itself, because you know what? Oh, I know. I'll download the video. There we go. Hang on a sec.
hello, good day, my friend, all my followers, all those people.
Perfect. All right, so up next, I forgot the name of this lady. Hold on, let's see if I can pull up her name. Oh, this lady, this evil, this satanic woman did an interview yesterday. I would like to actually let's play her.
Hello, good day, my friend, all my followers, all those people who are sending me message. Thank you so much for following me, for being my fan. I feel so proud to know that I have so many fans, and that, you know, the love and the positive energy and everything is always there in our life, and I am keep sending you all the positive energy. My friend, I have something very important to say today about my country, Venezuela, and Trinidad and Tobago. Both of the country are my life, part of my life, because I came to Trinidad when I was about 18 years old, and I live here since, and I am Venezuelan Trini, or Trini Venezuelan. Even though there is very disrespectful people who want to say, well, you not belong here, it no matter. That is negative energy, and every time they open their mouth to say something negative, they swallow that, and it's going to the universe, and the universe giving back what they deserve to get for being malicious and bad-minded. What I want to say is, what I want to express myself is that I want to clear this, very clear. Venezuela is not Maduro. Maduro is the biggest criminal that you ever seen.
You lying bitch!
He had destroyed a lot of country with the drug trafficking, sending drugs to the US, killing people in Venezuela. Even drugs are in Trinidad because of Maduro. Maduro is an organized criminal who controls all the criminals in the world.
Yo, Renison, why the fuck you sent me this video, bro?
Because I always
This woman is just getting me vexed.
Maduro is a criminal, he's a narco regime, he and his people are criminal. They killing people. They kill Venezuela people. They make people run for their life. Come to Trinidad, persecuting them, putting young people in jail because they say they don't like him, that he make them people suffer. No electricity, no food, nothing. And they say, oh, the American is the one.
All right, no electricity. The CIA has been caught in Venezuela disrupting the Venezuelan electricity. There was actually some operation they conducted that blew up some electrical plants. This is not the cause of Maduro. This is actions against the country by forces like this evil woman right here.
You have Venezuelans suffering because of the sanction. So how come the Venezuelan people suffering? Poor people suffering. They eating out of the garbage in the countryside. If you go, you will see poverty, right? How come, if America is responsible for having Venezuela the way it is, how come Maduro is the richest man on the world? He take all the gold. He take all the gold. He have big, huge mansions in Dominican Republic, in
You lying
all
bitch!
over the world. In America, he have money laundering. He have all the money. Look at the hands. The man is the richest man. He and his regiment of criminals and his family benefit. He have 11 cars, 11 limousine and Mercedes-Benz and all sorts of fancy life.
Yo, Renison, why you send me this video, bro? You just trying to irritate my soul this hour of the morning.
People suffer. Venezuela is no Maduro. Maduro is a criminal.
You lying bitch.
He's an illegal president. He is not the president. He lost the election. He never show how many votes he won. He never show it.
The election. All right, and this is another thing that get me upset with you Trini in the chat. Maduro won all the fucking elections. He took in the last election. He won the votes by 64%. He won by 64%. All right, let's get that clear. And I'll do another live stream on that in the future, where it actually showed that international observers went into the country of Venezuela, and they actually certified the votes. So everything that Maduro is saying is actually true. He won the election by 64%. This woman here is just lying. I don't know, Renison, why you sent me this video yesterday and today.
President Edmundo Gonzalez, the president, and he decided to take over the country and kidnap us, hostage us.
And this woman doesn't even live in the country of Venezuela.
The worst criminal.
This is right in Venezuela. You have let me see if I can pull up pictures of this for you to show you. Let's bring this over here. I want to show you pictures of the Venezuelan parliament. This right here is a picture of the current ruling class in Venezuela, the current government. Notice, I don't want to sound racist, but notice their skin colors here. Okay, you see a lot of brown. Now let's scroll down to the side that supports the United States. Is there a way I can make this image bigger? Let's see it. Hold on. There's some deep racism that goes on in Venezuela, and like I said, I'll do a deeper video on that in the future. But this is the opposition of Venezuela right here. Look at their skin colors. then compare that to the socialist revolutionary government that's currently in charge of Venezuela. So I'm trying to paint a picture of what is happening. And when you see people speaking out, this is something you should make a note of.
In the world with cartel, right? Killing people, human trafficking. He's involved in all kind of bad things. He and his regime, Diosdado Cabello. I always said since then. When
This lying bitch.
I protest against him. I protest against Chavez because Chavez is the one who is starting all this criminal. He support the FARC, he support the terrorists in Colombia. He is not, Chavez is a good man. A good man for his money in the pocket. That is a good man. But Maduro is a criminal. Venezuela is not Maduro. Venezuela is a free country that believes that this man should be in jail, should be persecuted, and should be sentenced for 100 years of his life in jail. So I only telling you, Venezuela is a country that dying for the day to come for us to celebrate our freedom, and we will be free. And we thank Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, for all the work that he's doing against the cartel in the world, because it's not only in Venezuela and not in Trinidad. I am thankful to Prime Minister Camila Vicesa for supporting Trinidad and Tobago. Always support America. Always, they have always great relationships. So this thing about how come Camila supporting Maduro, supporting Donald Trump. There's always support. There's always had that support. She has to support that because he is a criminal. She is not against Venezuela. She's against Maduro. Make it clear, right? So please let understand that Venezuela is no Maduro, that horrible, terrible criminal. Okay? Thank you very much. God bless.
Renison, fuck you for sending me this video. I'm vexed with you right now. Alright. So this is a perfect opportunity to go into... Where's my damn slide? Where is it? Hang on 1 second. You know, actually I should actually show you guys this shit. You know, since we just hanging out and we just browsing, I'd like to introduce you guys to my Twitter. Alright, so here it is. Reporting in Newsday. Prime Minister Kamala Persad said CARICOM was not a reliable partner but had chosen Venezuela over CARICOM member state Trinidad and Tobago in a statement made on a Crime Watch television show host Ian Allen on October 27. Oh, that's coming in the stream. I'll actually show this evil, dirty woman and the speech she gave. Let's see the video that I'm trying to show you people. Here it is right here. Okay. So this woman just got on the screen calling Chavez a dirty evil monster, right? And he was a criminal. So let's discuss this post here on Twitter. The real cause of misery, poverty, and exclusion is capitalism. Christ's mandate is impossible to attain under capitalism. Leader of Venezuelan Bolivarian Revolution, Hugo Chavez. Here are some of the achievements of the Hugo Chavez presidency. Poverty reduced from 70.8% in 1996 to 21% in 2020. Extreme poverty reduced from 40% in 1996 to 7.3% in 2010. 20 million people benefited from Misiones anti-poverty programs. They eliminated illiteracy, with 6% of GDP being spent on education. Right. Yo. One in 3 Venezuelans were enrolled in some form of education program. They reduced infant mortality from 25 to 13 per 1,000 live births. GDP per capita rose from $4,000 to $11,000. He launched Mission Milagro, which restored the eyesight of 300,000 Venezuelans. I heard about this program. This was actually an eyesight restoration program that was actually active in the United States. I heard about that. Interesting. Venezuela became the Latin America country with the least inequality. Every Venezuelan was entitled to free healthcare and education. Oil exports rose from $14.4 billion in 1999 to $60 billion in 2020. The Venezuelan model of development was a rebellion against Washington-imposed neoliberal domination and a refusal to allow United States corporations to dominate the country and extract resources while Venezuelans see no benefits. Therefore, starting from the Obama presidency, there has been a concerted effort to destroy the Bolivarian revolution in order to ensure the populations of other Latin American countries do not get inspired to rebel as Chavez and the Venezuelans did. You hear that? So if you were paying attention to the interview with Max Blumenthal, he said that disrupting Venezuela is supposed to disrupt the country of Colombia, which has a currently leftist government, Nicaragua, and Cuba. So by the United States disrupting and causing all these problems in Venezuela, he hopes to achieve that goal of disrupting all of these countries. But it is my assessment, Slimy, that this is not going to happen, and the United States has bitten off a little more than it can chew. Let's see if I can play this video right here.
De la miseria, de la desigualdad, y convenzámonos todos, si es que alguien tiene alguna duda, ciudadanos y soldados, soldados y ciudadanos, el capitalismo es la causa, la verdadera causa de la miseria, de la desigualdad y de la exclusión. El mandato de Cristo es imposible en el capitalismo. En el capitalismo lo que impera es el odio, el egoísmo, la ambición y los antivalores. Amaos los unos a los otros. Supremo mandato de Cristo el Redentor solo será posible cuando reine el socialismo en esta tierra y en estos mundos. Luchemos pues. Nuevo.
All right, let's if anyone has any doubts left, citizens and soldiers and citizens, capitalism is the cause, the real cause of misery, inequality, and exclusion. Christ's mandate is impossible in capitalism. In capitalism, what prevails is hatred, selfishness, ambition, and anti-values. Love one another. Supreme mandate of Christ the Redeemer will only be possible when socialism reigns in these lands and in this world. Let us fight then for a new socialism. Woo, 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 woo. This guy's getting me fired up. So this is the criminal that this woman who Renaissance just sent me this video to. This woman who is a freaking criminal. Fuck you, Renaissance, for sending me this video. But also, I want to play a video for you that she did yesterday. Let's see if I can pull this up. Hold on 1 second. My computer just froze up. 1 second. I'm trying to pull up this interview that was done yesterday. Like this is something that I hate with freaking Chrome. Every like 10 minutes the whole fucking program just freezes up on you. It's very annoying. All right, so let's pull up this video here. This woman, I don't know her name really. Let's just call her Satan for right now. I forgot. I don't know the name of this woman. Like I said, let's just call her Satan for right now. This is the interview she did yesterday.
To have a better life.
You said something earlier on that you all don't mind if the Americans take all the oil. You know, I suppose.
I don't listen. If I have to make a choice, why don't want Maduro to take the oil? He continue taking the oil and regging people and thieving and corruption and have all these criminals coming and going, right? The magnitude of the drug trafficking alleged was made possible only because Maduro and others corrupted the institution of Venezuela and provide political and military protection for the rampant narco-terrorism crime. You understand? Describing in our charges has alleged Maduro and the other defendants expressly intending to flood the United States with cocaine in order to undermine the well-being of our nation.
All right, so for, as far as you're concerned, this liberation, you're hoping that it will come very soon, and
it will
yeah.
For sure. It will come to an end.
What are the other Venezuelans?
And I am thanking our Prime Minister Camila Vicesa for supporting the Venezuelan and for allowing the Americans to be here to do the exercise to catch Maduro, to get rid of this narco regime, to get rid of the Tren de Aragua, to get rid of all of them. Once Maduro out, all of them will be in pieces.
So
we want that.
So you are saying also, as you just said, that you applaud the government for having them here to do exercises. So you are feeling that exactly when this ship finishes exercises here, you expect that this particular ship, because one of the things that I have been wondering about is that after Trinidad and Tobago here, the ship leaves in the next couple of days, where it will be going. Nobody knows that. But from what you are saying, you feel that ship will be heading straight to Venezuela.
Well, I can't say what is going to happen if they're going because of the ship or all of that, because you're talking about this equipped with so many missiles and whatever it is there, you know. So I really can't say how they're going to attack. You understand? But it's either he coming out in black bags or in yellow uniforms. Mm-hmm. You understand? Maduro could give himself to the authority. He's a criminal. And if he really feel that he's innocent, will face the charges and see
live, bitch.
how you defending yourself.
Shady live. Shut the
What
fuck
is
up,
it?
Shady live.
What is the
Stop
feeling?
fucking texting
You
me.
actually kidnap Venezuela. He kidnapped Venezuela. He oppressed the people in Venezuela. He killed people by his own regiment. Have all those motorbikes and things terrorizing people with El Tren de Aragua. It's terrible over there.
What is the feeling of?
Terrible.
What is the feeling? Because I know you would probably be speaking on behalf of a lot of the Venezuelans who are here. What is the feeling like for most Venezuelans who are in Trinidad right now? What are they saying?
They're very optimistic about the outcome of this and that Venezuela will be free very soon. They're concerned about that this man calling war, because Maduro calling war. Trump never called war. President Trump called war against the cartel. Get ready of the cartel. Right? But they never called war to enter into Venezuela and attack people and kill people. That is not going to be like that. It's not like that. If Maduro want that. He want to create that kind of a scenario to make him feel, okay, well, look, the Americans want to do this and look, they're killing people. That is not true.
If there is going to be, or there is a war that takes place or starts right now between the Americans and the Venezuelans, how long do you all feel that something like this would last? Is it going to be? Do you all feel it's going to be short term, or this is going to be something that is going to, like how we have Russia and Ukraine going at it for almost 2 or 3 years?
No short term. At least in Maduro is starting to create a sort of skeleton, a war in Venezuela, and starting to kill the people and attack people and get desperate and get mad more than what he is. That is the only way, but we're hoping that listen, they are very weak right now, They are frightened, they're scared, they're hiding. It's just a matter of time. We're hoping that some of the military there will negotiate and say, okay, we're going to give Maduro and let everything move on, in a peaceful manner. But you can't negotiate with criminals. But
what do you feel?
At least one of them will want the 15 million US.
Yeah, but if there was to be some sort of regime change, who do you feel will be running the country, and how would they be able to do that?
But we won the election. Edmundo González Urriete is the president of Venezuela. Maria Corina Machado, she is the vice president. We already have them to move in as soon as we get ready Maduro. But Corina Machado is in Venezuela. She has to hide because they want to kill her. They want to assassinate her. President Edmundo González has to fly out to Spain to seek protection because they want to kill him. So basically, once they get ready, hopefully, that we get rid of this cartel, this Maduro, and this cartel de Soles, the transition will take place. And a democratic, we're going to have democracy in Venezuela. And we will be able to move on. And the relationship with Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad will benefit with the Dragon deal, all of that will materialize.
All right. Okay, no problem. Whether you have any more questions, Jacida?
Absolutely none.
Okay.
I can't speak to someone. I can't interview someone like this.
All right. Okay.
Because if we were interviewing anyone else, we would have stopped it long time ago where they're making these unfounded allegations against someone. I can't do that. Sorry.
All right.
You're going to see everything I'm telling you. You will see it coming.
What are the lotto numbers for next weekend?
For an interview.
Somebody asked what are the lotto
I
numbers.
will still give you the interview. Don't worry. I don't hold nobody in mind. But
no problem.
When everything I said come to pass, he himself will beg me for an interview, and I'm willing to do it with him. No problem.
Okay. No problem.
And thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you very much for talking with us. Yeah.
I'm sorry. If we were, thanks, Ms. Gonzalez. Yeah. Had that been anyone else we interviewing, making those accusations, I should say, we would have stopped it. So I can't do it. Sorry. I can't just listen to Ms. Gonzalez say the things she says, even though she may very well be right. We can't do it because I can't be part of that. Sorry.
All right. Well, given that, all that you heard, let's see if you could probably open the lines because you have a little space in between here now. 281-1315.
Please be respectful
Oh my
with your
God.
comments. Even if you don't agree with Ms. Gonzalez, please be respectful with comments, right? Because I certainly don't agree with her, but I will never disrespect her.
All right. Virginia, good
She's a dumb bitch. Let's disrespect her.
morning.
Wendell, I see you. I can respect. Your point there. Okay. But I want to ask this question though. Would you consider the Grenada situation when the United States went in there after Maurice Bishop was murdered? Would you consider Grenada and most likely Venezuela an invasion or a liberation? And the reason why I asked that, do you consider Venezuela a democracy? Yes or no? It's not a democracy. Guado.
He's not making the link that you're
election, right?
Yeah, so you would have to make your point because I don't think when he's understanding exactly what you're saying.
Well, what I'm asking is that I understand that he didn't want to continue.
The situations are completely different, right?
Mrs. Gonzalez, because, and I could understand, you want to protect your your station and so on. That's fine, right? So if you use the word alleged, then maybe he should have explained that to her. Just say alleged.
I get it.
She's from Venezuela.
But
right?
I did explain that to her.
Okay. Well, maybe she didn't understand then. I think there might have been that. But just getting back to the question here. Guado and what's the other lady's name? The vice president, right? The man is in hiding. There isn't a democracy in Venezuela. It's a dictatorship there. And you know what? Okay, don't interview Mrs. Gonzalez. You already have, but still, you could interview her later on, right? Whenever as you both promise each other. But just ask the average Venezuelan. Get one on. You can find them very easily in Trinidad or even internationally, who have fled. They didn't leave on their own, gentlemen. They fled. I have relatives still in Venezuela. To hell, but that's a different story. I don't know what they're doing there still, right? But the fact is that it is not a democracy in Venezuela. Guado is in hiding. That other lady is in hiding. Okay? The man is a dictator. Now, yes, we can split.
Whoever this caller is a goddamn moron.
And all of that. Right?
Please don't call into this show.
Both sides of the situation, gentlemen. And I respect you all. Sometimes we may not agree most of the time, but at least we respect each other. Still love you.
Yeah, okay.
This caller is a fucking moron.
I really think that this is, and stop, please, don't do like the mainstream media.
God damn.
Who has been, last November, who has been exposed, right? Whenever you're talking about places like Grenada and Venezuela, let's call it a liberation. It was not an invasion. And you know who killed Maurice Bishop? It wasn't the Americans. It was his own people.
Okay, no problem. Virginia, I got your chance.
Thank you very much. I don't understand your point. So America must just do what they want. I totally agree with you that this situation.
I had enough of that. Alright. Back to my original presentation. So back to Venezuela again. So breaking news. Nicolas Maduro has cancelled all gas deals with Trinidad and Tobago.
Matter of time before President Trump launched a military strike on Venezuela. Well, it appears to have happened. This morning, Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro says they've captured CIA soldiers/mercenaries trying to carry out a false flag attack designed to spark a coup in that country, confirmed by a number of different news sources. But also, you might remember that just a few weeks ago, the New York Times even broadcast this to everybody. The Trump administration authorizes covert CIA action in Venezuela because, they love regime change operations. This is exactly what we expected to happen, and it's here. Meanwhile, the American media is fully on board with this and with regime change operations. Last night, CBS News, 60 Minutes, which is an extension of the CIA, of course, did a full report on Venezuela. And they even had this guy. This, of course, is James Story. He's an ex-U.S. ambassador, total regime change lover. So they got him on here to talk about how he really let the cat out of the bag. We can't show you any 60 Minutes because they'll copyright strike us. They always do. But what basically he said, he admitted the real reason that we're going to war with Venezuela. Guess what? Newsflash, it has nothing to do with those narco boats at all. It has everything to do with what I reported this weekend, which is about oil. And he admitted, quote, Venezuela is sitting on top of the world's largest oil reserves, minerals that will fuel the 21st century economy. So, of course, we can't have Nicolas Maduro and Russia and China's influence in Venezuela at all. It needs to be the United States. CIA whistleblower John Kiriakou joins us now. Who
this will open your eyes.
Change operations and has been telling the world about the CIA's nefarious operations. John, great to see you. Does this surprise you at all? I mean, when you're hearing from Nicolas Maduro that they've captured CIA mercenaries off of Trinidad and Tobago trying to carry out...
Trinidad and Tobago's on a world stage, y'all. Redacted is reporting about frickin' Trinidad and Tobago.
Get caught all the time.
You made it, guys.
Didn't surprise me.
Congratulations.
The Trump administration, the Biden administration, and the first
stupid
Trump
bitches
administration before that have used mercenaries repeatedly in Venezuela. It's never well thought out. It's never well executed. And then we can't understand why the Venezuelans don't want to let go of all these regime
What's up, Gary?
mercenaries that they catch coming up on shore. I will say, though, that you raised a moment ago a very important issue, and that's the issue of oil. Venezuela is sitting on an ocean of oil. It's very dirty oil. It has an extremely high sulfur content. And until about 10 years ago, the only refineries that could process that oil were in Texas. And so we didn't like the Venezuelans. They didn't like us, but we were the only ones that could refine that oil. So we maintained a relationship. Well, about 10 years ago, the Chinese began building a refinery in the Caribbean, and it can refine oil now. So I think that this regime change operation is not even really about Nicolas Maduro. We've worked with Maduro for a decade. It's really about trying to keep the Chinese out of Central and South America and the Caribbean.
Yeah, not to pat myself on the back, but I did a deep dive video on it this weekend, specifically talking about China's 25% interest in the oil that sits right off of Guyana. And of course, their lifeline right now is the amount of oil that they're getting from Venezuela. We don't like the Chinese and the Russians in our own backyard under the Monroe Doctrine, 1,600 miles away from Miami. So we get to say that this is all about narco-terrorist boats when it's really not. It's about, we want to control Venezuela. Let's stop lying to people.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Just come out and say it. Just say, look, we don't want the Chinese, so this is what we're going to do.
What do you mean not well thought out? Are we talking like Louvre heist type fly by the seat of our pants or what? Because John Bolton admitted in his book. Okay, so give me an example. Let's go in and try this.
Sure, if you're going to overthrow a government, you don't just send mercenaries in inflatable rafts to wash up on shore with their guns and say, okay, we're here to overthrow the government. There's a way to go about doing it. First of all, you have to attack the presidential palace, right? Bomb the presidential palace. At the same time, you have to take control of the methods of communication, the TV stations, the radio stations. You have to attack the power grid if you don't want the other side to communicate. You have to pacify the military. And then you have to physically take control of the major intersections in the capital city, while your troops move on the presidential palace and the Ministry of Defense. Well, 16 bozos who used to be, in the Marines or Delta Force or whatever, and are working for Eric Prince now, they're not going to affect your coup. It's just not going to work out. This notion, and I sat in meetings with White House officials who would say, as soon as we cross that border, they're going to throw flowers at us. They're never going to throw flowers at us. They're going to shoot you for invading their country. It's just something that we don't understand. We fool ourselves. We trick ourselves into thinking that we are liberators who will be welcomed as heroes, and instead we're greeted as invaders and occupiers.
Right.
Can you talk about that's just some of the mechanics of a CIA operation here? The New York Times blew the whistle on this a few weeks ago, saying that Trump has authorized these CIA takeover and regime change operations. We reported here on this show through a whistleblower, Jordan Godreau, who was tasked by the Trump administration to go in and lead a coup attempt back under his first term in 2016. The CIA got in the way, and his special forces teams, he was a Green Beret, they were killed. Like, the CIA got in the way of his regime change operation back during Trump's first term. So what exactly are they going to try to install? I know there's rumors out there they're going to try to install, the CIA wants basically a cartel light, like not as strong as Maduro, but they still get to funnel all of their phony and dark money through basically an alternative to Maduro, but he's not a saint at all.
Like a Zelensky government, right?
Yeah, like
in Venezuela.
Government. That's right.
Yeah,
that's
great
right.
point.
First, let me say that when this article appeared in the New York Times several weeks ago, quoting the president as saying that he had approved of a covert action program, it sent chills up my spine. There is literally nothing at the CIA that is more highly classified than a covert action program. Covert action is so highly classified that the covert action staff at the CIA doesn't even have a sign on their office door to identify who they are. So for the President of the United States to announce that he is ordering a covert action program to overthrow a government, unprecedented since the CIA was created. I don't know if he did it just to try to throw the Venezuelans off balance, or because he was so proud of himself he just couldn't keep it quiet. I don't understand the reason, but it was stunning to me, incredible that he would do such a thing, number one. Number two, in that show Narcos on Netflix, just as the DEA is going to go in for the big arrest or the big kill, the CIA station chief steps in and just screws up the entire operation. Well, the reason that was in Narcos so frequently and in other TV shows and movies is because it happens in real life. The CIA always screws things up. So on the one hand, you have a group of mercenaries in 2017, probably working at the direction of the National Security Advisor. And then the CIA comes in and screws the whole thing up. People get killed. Others are arrested and then have to be swapped for Venezuelan prisoners. It's
all right, my computer's starting to act up now.
This is a lack of coordination. It's a lack of planning. And frankly, I'd like to know who in the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel and who at the General Counsel's Office at the NSC approved of this operation. It's patently illegal to just go around overthrowing other governments because you don't like their politics. You can't do stuff like that. So I'm not surprised that what we've seen so far has just been one disaster after another.
I mean, at least they're doing it in full sight. It's not covert, because when Trump left office, the first...
All right, my computer's starting to freeze up now. I don't know what the hell is going on. Like, the internet and everything is starting to get slowed down. What the hell is going on? Yeah, if you're fucking messaging me, stop fucking messaging me, please. I'm live. Goddamn annoying. All right, the next I want to talk about this hurricane that's coming in. Why is the music like everything is all freezing up on me now? All right. Let's do a refresh of everything. Close all these goddamn windows. All right, like I said, I'm in a bad mood. I'm annoyed. I'm ashamed. I don't want to be doing this. Renaissance should be the one doing this. You know, you're the one who's living down there that, in a country that's about to get bombed. So I really don't want to fucking be here. The number to call in, 347-791-3311. Don't call in with no daughter shit supporting Maduro or supporting Kamala Bissau. I want to hear Trini's right thinking. You know, as you guys may say, the right thinking Trinis. I want to hear some right thinking Trinis that can call in and speak up against this nonsense that's happening right now in your borders. You have given up your sovereignty, as someone said on a previous radio show. Kamala Bissau has opened up the legs of Trinidad and Tobago for the United States. So let's get off this one depressing topic and go on to another depressing topic. The best and brightest of Trinidad and Tobago is currently now stranded in a Cat 5 level hurricane. And this is a good time to point out to you the website, Workers' Right website. The Workers' Right platform now has a website. The link is posted in the chat, and it's a direct link to this address, to this article that right here that was written by Mr. Renison this morning. So the article is entitled "Abandonment in the Eye of the Storm, UNC's Cruel Betrayal of Trinidad and Tobago's Future." Once again, this article is on the Workers' Right website blog. I invite you guys to check out the website. This is the main page of the website, workersright868.com. Check it out, check it out. We have the live stream. Yeah, this is actually pretty cool, man. I'm looking at myself on a live stream. We have a video library. And we have a contact page. And I see a lot of you guys, this is the first time we're actually advertising this website, but I noticed that a lot, like 50 people actually came onto this page without me even saying that the page existed and tried to use this contact function. I'm not exactly sure if it works. I never tested it out. But it's very it pleases me that you guys have so much interest in this. So later on today, I will test this function out. So any message you have to send to the Workers' Right platform and Renison, you'll be able to do here. Also note, we will be accepting secret tips, and like if you feel like snitching on somebody, this is the contact page that you use. We're currently testing the donation page on the Workers' Right platform. And like I said, we are not connected with any government agency. We're not with the PNM. We're not with the UNC. We are totally revolutionary, people-focused organization. So if you feel like supporting what Renison is doing, this is the donation page. This should be up and running by, I think, tonight. So once again, let's go back to the article. Abandonment in the Eye of the Storm, the UNC's betrayal of Trinidad and Tobago's future. This is the first blog post by Renison on the Workers' Right platform. They send thoughts, prayers, and cricks. Yes, you people, you Trinis out there, you read it right. the Kamala Prasad processor sent like three cans of tuna and some cricks to the best and brightest stranded in Jamaica. In the in the annals of political negligence, a few chapters burn with the same toxic mix of cowardice and callousness as the UNC government's response to Hurricane. Why does it say Zeta? A category 5 is Hurricane Melissa, isn't it? Renaissance fixed this. A category 5 monster that rode across the Caribbean like divine judgment on spineless leaders. With the storm's 200-mile-per-hour winds and 30-foot storm surge battered Jamaica's, trapping hundreds of This is not right. Renaissance, check out this article. I think he used artificial intelligence to write this. But check this out, people.
This is not. So there's a multitude of us, right? This is not everybody, but we were sent 3 tuna, 3 sausage, some crackers, 2 peanut butter, 1 Milo, 2 corned beef, and a club social with 9 packs to feed a multitude. That's how it's looking for the whole team.
Albedo, it don't even matter if I'm talking to one person. If one person is listening, that is only one person I need. Okay, Albedo? Good morning to you, Albedo. Alright, so where is the response by Wayne, by this guy, Sean Sobers? Renaissance, you need to fix this webpage, sir. Why you have me presenting it and it's not functioning on the website, on the live? Let's wait for it to load. Here we go.
So the arrangement with respect to the discounts, I believe from what I'm seeing here from Cal, and Cal can confirm that, there would have been 2 emails that would have been sent out, one at 8:33 p.m. and another one at 9:15 p.m. on Thursday, the 23rd of October, informing students of the discounted figures, right? You could always pick that up with Cal to confirm that information. And on the second point with respect to the discount for or paying or comping for the flights for the students, yes, it was in fact something that was considered. Unfortunately, at this juncture, when we looked at in terms of the response, the blast email that would have been sent out to these 268 students, when we only received essentially 72 plus 13.
So it is 268 students.
13, which is 85 students, leaving a balance of 183 who did not respond. At that juncture, we were of the opinion, listen, let's just get the planes out there. To say that we would send the planes for free just like that, and we don't know if it would serve a greater number of persons. At that stage, we thought that it might not have been in the best interest to do it at that stage. There is a discussion now. I am not a policy maker by myself. I do so in a cabinet based upon the instruction of the Prime Minister and in amalgamation with other colleagues. There is a discussion right now based upon whatever the aftermath. God, we hope, we pray to God that the aftermath is not bad. That in terms of an extraction, that the plane that will be sent to extract all of those who will be minded to leave at that point in time. There is a discussion surrounding comping that flight. I can't say if that is going to be the absolute position.
How embarrassing for Trinidad and Tobago.
Directions from the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, and once we liaise with the Chairman of Cal, that is.
How embarrassing for the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Excuse me 1 second.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No, sorry about that. My allergies are starting to act up. To be fair, This is exactly the kind of nonsensical excuse you would expect from someone with a hairline like this. Oh, how embarrassing. Hold on 1 second. Oh, my sinus is starting to act up. Sorry about that, people. And then I'm getting some alerts from YouTube. Alright. Sorry, people. Welcome to the Slimy Show, broadcasting live on the Workers' Right platform, the Workers' Right website, the Workers' Rights website, YouTube, and for the first time ever, on Twitter, X. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The number to call in for voice notes and live calls is 347-791-3311. If you guys don't want to call in, that's totally fine, Albedo. I'm okay with that. I know this platform used to be a UNC focused platform before, so most of you viewing are UNC shitongs. I accept that. That's totally fine. But thank you for viewing anyway. I love you guys. So anyway, where was I on the main story? Oh, I gotta clear my nose. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I am back after a good clearing of the nose. So let's get back to Kamla Besessa. So, breaking news, Trinidad and Tobago. The SOE is to be extended. So, your great leader, your great and esteemed. Oh my God, this is another interview I wanted to show you guys too. Let's see if we can transition that. This is a very informative interview that I wanted to play, but this stream is getting a little too long and I'm getting annoyed. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide. So, amid the Venezuelan government's proposal on October 27 to suspend all gas agreements with Trinidad and Tobago, Prime Minister Kamla Besessa has defiantly declared that TNT does not need Venezuelan gas and never did. Oh God, Trinidad, you guys have no idea what you are in for. So explain this to me, right? Why did Kamla, if she didn't need Venezuelan gas, why did she spend all that money just a few months ago for this fake ass OFAC license that she got? The OFAC license that she got, which was a rebuke to her government. If you had remember, the prior government of Trinidad was granted a 2-year operational OFAC license by the United States government. After that was suspended and it was allegedly renewed, we were given a 6-month OFAC license, which was non-operational, meaning we can't go explore, we can't go drill, we can't do none of that shit. The only thing we were authorized to do in this OFAC license was to go to Venezuela and renegotiate with them. So you guys are on the other radio shows are celebrating and rejoicing on the renewal of this OFAC license, when in fact the OFAC license was actually like a slap in your face. It was a slap in the face of the UNC government saying you're fucking stupid, go back and negotiate with Venezuela and get back the same terms and deals that you had before. So what we currently have is nothing compared to what we had with the prior government before. Where is this interview with freaking Kamla Prasad Bissasa? Hold on one second. I don't want to. I already spoke about the Trini's lost in. So let's go back to this woman right here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your leader. Trinis, aren't you embarrassed? How do you feel, guys? How do you feel hearing that? Huh? Renison wants to hear your voice. This is going to be a like a first time calling. The number to call in on WhatsApp is 347-791-3311. So this lady did an interview with Ian Alien yesterday. Where is it? Please tell me I loaded up in this freaking slide. Ooh, I didn't load it up. Alright. So we gotta go to the raw video. Hang on one second. I wanna play you guys the full interview that Kamla Prasad Bissasa did with Mr. Ian Allen yesterday over the phone. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Let me know how this audio is coming out, if you can hear everything properly. Hold up. Who is Albedo? Oh, I know who Albedo is. Welcome, Albedo, to the chat. Welcome, Gary Abode. Q Banger. Welcome, you guys, to the Slimy Show. This is like my first broadcast I've done this early in the morning. Thank you guys for coming in and joining me. My God. Listen, you know what? I want you guys to listen to the responses this weak and feckless, ineffective piece of shit woman gives on this interview. And I want to ask yourself, why aren't you calling for the resignation of this woman after you hear this interview? I just listened to this thing, and her responses just kept getting me upset throughout the entire, everything. Listen to how she's talking, and she has this kind of like in her mouth, like she's sucking on some kind of something. So tell me, Trinidad and Tobago, all of you guys were paying attention to the budget that was just broadcast live for the entire nation and the world the past 2 days. What diversification has she actually brought out in this freaking budget? All right, we have a caller. We have a caller. All right. Welcome to the Workers' Right platform and the Slimy Show. How are you, sir? How can I? What is on your mind today? Wait. What video? We're on camera? Oh shit! All right, hold on. Let me get this. Let me start it. Thank you, sir. How are you not hearing the volume on this? All right, so if you're not hearing the volume, all right, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm playing this from a live. Shit. Thank you, caller. I'm playing this from like a live. So what I'll do is I'll actually pull up the Ian Alien um live stream from yesterday. Thank you, caller. Sorry about the audio, guys. Let me know if you guys can hear this properly now. This idiot woman. Oh my God.
In the non-energy sector as well.
Ma'am, could you elaborate a little more on diversifying the economy with respect to non-energy sector and energy sector?
Definitely. We have plans and projects in the tourism sector. We also have some plans and projects in the agricultural sector and several other projects in various ministries that are non-energy matters for diversification.
How's the audio?
We're also looking at, one second.
Right. I'm just seeing this shit. All right, let's start over this interview with this woman.
Yes, we've also
with this dotish woman.
Will be launching next week.
I'm doing it.
Yes, I am, and you're doing great work. Continue with your good work.
Thank you. So tell me, with respect to Delcy Rodriguez's announcement of intention to speak with President Nicolas Maduro with the view of suspending all energy agreements with Trinidad and Tobago.
Is the volume still too low?
Okay. First of all, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has not received any official conversation or policy decisions. There's been nothing official to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. But let me say, this may be of concern to some, but it is definitely not of great concern to Trinidad and Tobago, because why? Our future does not depend on Venezuela and never was or has, because we have plans and projects to grow our economy, both within the energy and the non-energy sector. So the last government mistakenly placed all the eggs in that one dragon basket. We have not done so, and therefore we are not susceptible to any blackmail from Venezuela for political support. We continue to maintain.
Why is she talking to this man with like something in her mouth? Listen to this. Listen to her carefully.
Not had any energy discussions with the government since we came into office with the Venezuelan government.
Okay.
We have not had any energy discussions with them since we came into office. So that is my take on that. Whilst it may concern some, our aim is to diversify the economy within the energy sector and in the non-energy sector as well.
Ma'am, could you elaborate a little more on diversifying the economy with respect to non-energy sector and energy sector?
Definitely. We have plans and projects in the tourism sector. We also have some plans and projects in the agricultural sector and several other projects in various ministries that are non-energy matters for diversification. We're also looking at, one second. Yes, we've also will be launching next week a full discussion and consultation with stakeholders, that is with the state enterprises sector, with the private sector, and of course the government sector. We intend to launch next week. We roll out some of those plans and projects in more detail next week, when you can get some more details about it. But we are not putting all our eggs in the energy basket, and most certainly we are not putting all the eggs in the dragon basket.
Ma'am, how do you describe the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez's statement accusing?
Let me just clear you get this up with you guys from this line. Either she's lying or she's dotish or she's evil. Let's start a poll. Which is it? Actually, yeah, that's a great idea. Let me see if I can set that up right now. Hang on 1 second, guys. But listen to this evil woman. This evil lying dotish woman.
Trying to beg of collaborating with CIA to wage a war on Venezuela. What's your reaction to her claim?
Well, again, I have no official communication from that, but I can answer. That is not true.
Renison, if you're on the live, see if you can set up a poll. I know there's a way you can do it from Streamlabs, but see if you can set up a poll on Kamla Prasad Bisasa. Is she evil or is she dotish? And let's have a vote. Let's be democratic up here in the Workers' Right. Yeah? So visit the Workers' Right website at workersright868.com. Once again, the website is workersright868.com. We're still in the middle of actually building the website. Thank you guys that have visited it so far. This is the first time we've actually talked about the website on the stream, but I've seen there's like a lot of interest in it, which is really, really weird. Why are people searching for Workers Right 868 on the internet? But thank you guys. I expect the website to grow into like what we plan to do, me and Renison, is we want to make the website into a communications hub where all of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, I don't care if you're UNC or PNM or outside or don't give a shit, the website is going to be like a communication platform, and I want to try to start this is going to be so beautiful. We got so much big plans for the site. I want to try to start something like what they have in Venezuela in their communities, where they have like oh my god, it's like all of like when the United States imposed sanctions on the Venezuelan people, they actually banded together and started to like help each other in the community. So they had like I forgot the name of what it's called. It's like a main community center that they would have in every group, and this community center would set up like aid, food, and any assistance that people would need in the community. All of the communities would like get together and help each other. So on the Workers Right 868 platform, I would like to start like a virtual version of this, where all of the Trinis we can get together, and I'm gonna separate this into like all of the 42 districts in Trinidad, and where all of you guys can get together and plan and help each other out, because it's gonna be bad times in Trinidad. So let's think about it. Let's fast forward to the future, right? Let's just say war was to start out between the United States and Venezuela, and this is not going to be no easy war. This is not going to be no 2-day war where like what they did in Iran, where they started bombing for 12 days, and then after 12 days they say that the mission is over. What is going to happen in Venezuela is going to last years and years and years, right? So that entire area between Venezuela, Trinidad, Grenada is going to become a war zone. So what is going to happen to all of you Trinis that depend on food shipments? What do you think is going to happen to all of these ships all of the business ships that come into Trinidad to drop off the food that you import. What do you think is going to happen, Trinidad and Tobago? I want to hear what your thoughts on this. The number to call in is 347-791-3311. But I know most of you listening on here are kind of dotish and really can't compete with me intellectually. Just judging by from the chat that I've experienced with you people over the past 2 years. So you know what? It's best you don't call in. Just listen and freaking learn from me. Alright? Unless your intellectual level is higher than mine, don't call into this program. If you don't have anything to teach me or teach the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, don't call in this program. If you don't have anything smart to say, don't call in this program. Don't call in not the Workers' Right platform, but don't call in the Slimy Show. I don't want to hear from you, Dr. Trinis. I want to hear from the. No, I don't want to try to take Pastor Google's views. But anyway, let's get back on. Come on, my dear.
To the government of Trinidad and Tobago. But let me say, this may be of concern to some, but it is definitely not of great concern to Trinidad and Tobago, because why? Our future does not depend on Venezuela and never was or has.
Your future does depend on Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago.
Both within the energy and the non-energy sector. So the last government mistakenly placed all the eggs in that one dragon basket. We have not done so, and therefore we are not susceptible to any blackmail from Venezuela for political support. We continue to maintain very peaceful relations with the people of Venezuela.
Let me make something clear that this woman is not telling you, right?
With the government since we came into office with the Venezuela.
We're not just talking right now about the Dragon Gas deal. The Dragon Gas deal is dead, right? But what we're talking about here, what this DOTUS leader is discussing is all energy deals with Venezuela is now off. All. Not just the Dragon.
We have not had any energy discussions with them since we came into office. So that is my take on that. Whilst it may concern some, our aim is to diversify economy within the energy sector and in the non-energy sector as well.
Ma'am, could you elaborate a little more on diversifying the economy?
Yes, please elaborate.
The non-energy sector.
Please elaborate, Kamala.
Definitely. We have plans and projects in the tourism sector. We also have some plans and projects in the agricultural sector.
She lying. So I did a live stream last week, where I actually criticized the budget. Actually, when I go through the live stream and I did my when I reviewed my actual live, because when Tanku was delivering the budget, I was actually like in a little video screen like we are right now, and I was criticizing the video live, and so far it seemed that the assessment that I gave live, like on the fly, was better than most of the assessments that was given by most people after. So in Tobago, there is a mega farm being constructed in Tobago, not Trinidad. So any push to that she's talking about diversifying in the agriculture doesn't apply to Trinidad. It's Tobago.
And several other projects in various ministries that are non-energy matters for diversification.
Let me go back a little bit on that video. Sorry, it's kind of upsetting. It's kind of upsetting. Listen to this woman talk.
We placed all the eggs in that one dragon basket. We have not done so, and therefore we are not susceptible to any blackmail from Venezuela for political support. We continue to maintain very peaceful relations with the people of Venezuela, and we have not had any energy discussions with the government since we came into office with the Venezuelan government. We have not had any energy discussions.
Renison, if you listen to this, please start a poll right now in the chat. What does Kamala Prasad Besessa have in her mouth? What is Kamala Prasad Besessa sucking on right now as she's talking to as she's talking to Ian Allen? Renison, please start the poll.
Discussions with them since we came into office.
How do you do this poll?
So that is my take on that. Whilst it may concern some, our aim is to diversify economy within the energy sector and in the non-energy sector as well.
Ma'am, could you elaborate a little more on diversifying the economy with respect to non-energy sector and energy sector?
Definitely. We have plans and projects in the tourism sector.
In
we
Tobago.
also have some plans and projects in the agricultural sector.
In Tobago.
And several other projects in various ministries that are non-energy matters for diversification.
Not in the budget.
We're also looking at, one second. Yes, we've also will be launching next week a full discussion and consultation with stakeholders, that is with the state enterprises sector.
She is going to have
private sector.
She is going to have a very, very interesting conversation next week with those stakeholders once they find out this news that Venezuela has terminated all freaking energy deals with Trinidad and Tobago. So the shit you see happening with Nutrien, how Nutrien packing up and leaving because they no longer have the free gas, and you have warships in the water, you know, the gunman in your hole. You're gonna see more and more of this happening. So tell me, I wanna hear from you, daughters Trinis. What do you think is gonna happen when all of these industries are gonna start pulling out of Trinidad and Tobago like a dirty vagina? Huh? What do you think is going to happen to the people of Trinidad and Tobago once these industries leave?
Of course, the government sector. We intend to launch next week. We roll out some of those plans and projects in more detail next week, when you can get some more details about it. But we are not putting all our eggs in the energy basket, and most certainly we are not putting all the eggs in the dragon basket.
Ma'am, how do you describe the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez's statement accusing Trinidad and Tobago of collaborating with CIA to wage a war on Venezuela?
Because your daughters.
To her claim.
You see, Sandra, you supported this government, I'm assuming, because you wanted to see a better and brighter Trinidad and Tobago, right? You didn't just support this government because you're coolie, right? You supported this government because you wanted to see good things happen to the country. So if your support for a party, you should be able to criticize them when they do wrong, and you should praise them when they do right. You shouldn't be just a sycophant idiot supporting everything this woman does because she's a coolie, because she's an Indian. Be smart. Start thinking. If your government screws up, say, hey, have the balls, have the nuts to, like Mr. Anderson, to come out and criticize your government and say, hey, you're doing wrong, you're screwing up. Change what you're doing. Don't be a weak idiot that just goes along with everything this freaking dotish ass woman does. It is very annoying seeing all of you in the chat supporting this woman, everything she does. Fuck all of you.
Well,
fucking
I
idiots.
have no official communication from that, but I can answer.
Sick of seeing you chat.
That is not true. What
You
is
blasted
taking place
fool,
now
Sandra.
are joint training exercises between the U.S. and our military here for improving our internal security.
Never in a million years under the leadership of Rowley would you seen warships and all these kind of military games under a Rowley government. You would have never seen this. No, everything is at risk in Trinidad. You are at risk for losing everything. You are at risk for losing everything that you've built over these past few years. They drag all of that infrastructure. Port Lisas right now is on fucking high alert because they think they're going to get bombed. Right now in Port Lisas, the dock workers are on high alert because of the actions of this government. Fuck you for supporting this government, you weak ass person.
And I will share with you here, and I am
Don't say that more in the chat. You fucking
Whether the
idiot.
Venezuelan government, CARICOM, or any other entity, no one will
That's
pressure
a moron.
blackmail my government.
Trinidad is on the verge of getting destroyed.
Drug cartels.
Everything you've known
You know
is
what?
about to be
You as
destroyed
I am, because you're on that beat.
because of this
We're
woman.
tired of seeing our citizens murdered, terrorized
terrible.
because of gang violence, driven by drugs,
Sandra, you
illegally,
fucking
arms
idiot.
trafficking, human trafficking. The safety of our citizens is my duty and my main concern, and we will do what we can to keep them safe and make them safer.
I am so upset right now. I don't want to be fucking doing this shit right now.
Operation of the USS Gravely visit. The arrival of the US Gravely and joint exercises with the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force have drawn
And Ian is actually asking the correct questions, but he's not pushing her. He's not pressing her enough on this stuff. Thank you, Ian, for actually posing these questions to Kamala, but you didn't go hard enough on your follow-up questions to this woman. You letting her get away with whatever answer she gave, whatever bullshit deniment answer she gave, and you're accepting that, Ian.
criticism from Venezuela. How do you respond to concerns that Trinidad and Tobago is being used as a base for
Very
US
good questions,
military
Ian,
operations?
but your
That's what
follow-up
they say,
answers,
that
your follow-up
Trinidad is
questions
being
are
used as a
shit.
base.
But that is certainly not true. Absolutely untrue. We are not being used as a base. We have had ships come here before. Ship came now, and ships will come after, because we have a history of cooperation with the United States. I mean, you must remember the United States is one of the largest nations, one of our largest trading partners, and of course we have a history of cooperation between the two nations. So I say categorically,
So there is an agreement.
We have no plan. We have no plan. We have no plan. No plans for Trinidad to be used as a base for any military interventions anywhere else.
Sandra, feel free to
how do
call
you
in.
balance national security
Sandra.
cooperation with the US while maintaining
Sandra, this is not the ground report, but I do accept call-ins. Please call in and spread your dotishness to everyone that's listening. I would love to hear you, Sandra. The number to call in is 347-791-3311. If you don't have the balls to call in live, feel free to leave a voice note. I'm accepting all dotish Trinis right now, because everything, I vex, I want to fight.
good relations with your regional neighbors.
We maintain that we have good relations and all good things for the people of Venezuela. We stand in solidarity with the people of Venezuela, and I balance it in that regard, because that is our intention.
Listen to her
We have
answers.
no intention, as I say, or trying to be able to use as a base. There's been no such request from the US, and instead requests for training and helping, even humanitarian projects like these militiamen who are here could help us with projects at schools, or even some of our dilapidated
Listen to this woman.
military bases in the country. So that is what this visit is about, that military corps.
The United States has destroyers, an aircraft carrier, drones, because they're coming to help Trinidad build schools, Sandra. Bravo! Yes! Kamala Prasad-Bissessar has mobilized the United States military and all their might to come help Trinidad and Tobago build schools. At least that's what the leader is saying, Sandra.
Operation for training and for
Training.
humanitarian benefits as well to the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Do you think that you have full support from your regional heads in what's happening?
Well,
Go ahead.
It is clear. I'll be burying my head in the sand if I were to say yes. It is very clear that some of
Speaking,
our
all right. Speaking about burying in the sun, Trinidad and Tobago, the number to call in. Listen to me right now. Let me put it up for you. The number to call in is 347-791-3311. It's on the screen. You know what? I forget what the hell I was going to say just now. Shit. What was this woman talking about?
Things for the people of Venezuela. We stand in solidarity with the people of Venezuela. And I can balance it in that regard because that is our intent. We have no intention, as I say, of trying to be.
I forget what I was going to say.
There's been no such request from the US.
Kamala, go see a doctor.
Request for
that cough sound horrible. Yo, how long has Kamala Prasad since I had this cough, people? The people of Trinidad and Tobago. How long has Kamala had this nasty, dirty cough? The number to call in is 347-791-3311. Renison, please set up a poll. I want to see how you can set up a poll. Please do that for me. This is going to be fun.
Humanitarian projects like these militiamen who are here could help us with projects at schools. Or even some of our dilapidated bases.
Yes.
Military bases in the country. So that is what this visit is about. That military cooperation for training and for humanitarian benefits as well to the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Do you think that you have full support?
Renison, don't control my mouth.
Heads in what's happening.
And this is the slimy show. Wait. Let me read the disclaimer. Renison, please send me a disclaimer, an official disclaimer. Anything said on the slimy show does not reflect the thoughts, words, or actions of the Workers' Right platform. The slimy show is independent of the Workers' Right. So if you come in to sue someone, you will sue the slimy show, not the Workers' Rights. I am independent of Renison Jeffrey, and my mouth is not going to be controlled by Sandra. Thank you.
I'll be burying my head in the sand if I were to say yes. It is very clear that some of our CARICOM partners have taken a different view by talking about the zone of peace. But there is no zone of peace in Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe there's a zone of peace in some of those other CARICOM neighbors because they are further north. We are the closest here to the mainland. And of course, we are being hit, I think, really seriously hit with the drug trafficking, the gangs, the cartels, the human trafficking, the gun running. That is not happening in their country because they are not having 600 murders in a year. The level of their crime is not what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago. So they are saying it's a zone of peace, keep a zone of peace, but Trinidad and Tobago is definitely not a zone of peace. We have witnessed too many murders, too much crime, and too much drug running, human trafficking, gun running to Trinidad and Tobago. So CARICOM is proving to be an unreliable partner.
I have respect for women, but not in leadership roles.
Venezuela over Trinidad. They chose Venezuela over Trinidad. And that is something we need to remember.
Madam Prime Minister, see that you're speaking about CARICOM.
Did you hear that, people? Let's play that over again. From this dotish woman. Sorry, I stepped away.
There's been no such request from the US. And instead, requests for training and help, humanitarian projects like these militiamen who are here could help us with projects at schools or even some of our dilapidated bases, military bases in the country. So that is what this visit is about, that military cooperation for training and for humanitarian
you guys hearing
benefits
this?
as well to the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Do you think that you have full support from your regional heads in what's happening? Go ahead.
It is clear. I'll be burying my head in the sand if I were to say yes. It is very clear that some of our CARICOM partners have taken a different view by talking about the zone of peace. But there is no zone of peace in Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe there's a zone of peace in some of those other CARICOM neighbors because they are further north. We are the closest here to the mainland. And of course, we are being hit, I think, really seriously hit with the drug trafficking, the gangs, the cartels, the human trafficking, the gun running. That is not happening in their country because They are not having 600 murders in a year. The level of their crime is not what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago. So they are saying it's a zone of peace, keep a zone of peace. But Trinidad and Tobago is definitely not a zone of peace. We have witnessed too many murders, too much crime, and too much drug running, human trafficking, gun running to Trinidad and Tobago. So CARICOM is proving to be an unreliable partner in some regards because they chose Venezuela over Trinidad. They chose
You listening to the shit? You listen to the shit to these answers? CARICOM chose.
Senior, just speaking about CARICOM, and I'm sure you're aware that the Hurricane Melissa and Trinidad and what's happening in Jamaica. As the Prime Minister, so what is the government doing to assist our national and students affected by
send them
Melissa in Jamaica?
Well, first of all, if you talk about the students, and then if you allow me, I'll talk about what we can do to help Jamaica, in sort of this hurricane. So, Minister Solbers gave a very comprehensive statement of what Trinidad and Tobago did. We offered airlift out of our...
Hold up. First of all, let me say something regarding these children in Jamaica. CAL offered a discounted price to the students. They didn't offer free flights home like prior governments did when they came to protecting their students abroad. They offered the students like a $900 plane ticket home, and if they couldn't afford it, they suck salt. That is what the Kamna Prasad Bissessa did. And also, CAL had 2 airlines in Jamaica that they evacuated from Jamaican property empty. So instead of CAL saying, hey, let me instead of just flying a raw plane back to Trinidad with no bodies on board, let me load up some Trini students. What is it, like 200 students trapped in Jamaica? That could have been one flight. So when CAL moved their jet from Jamaica, they could have loaded that flight up with bodies, but they didn't. And I want you. Oh my God! This is going to get me so freaking upset. I'm going to get so vexed.
Some responded, some did not. Those who remained, our High Commission in Jamaica have been liaising with them, providing them with supplies, and of course, no planes could leave after a certain point of time. The airports were closed there in Jamaica, and I think we've done our share of trying to help them in the best way we can. But for those who did not accept, they
didn't even offer temporary accommodation for the students.
Airlift, some of them, some did, and we brought them home. And remember, these students are adults. They're not the children. Of course, they're somebody's children, but they're adults.
This woman needs to resign. She needs to resign right now.
Some took it. Some, I was told, and I cannot verify, but I was advised that some students were waiting, watching the Met reports, and hoping
she's lying.
She'll pass.
Yeah.
And by the time they probably decided they wanted to come, the airports were closed. We could not bring them. Other countries have done the same. Other CARICOM nations did not even send in airlift for their students. I think we were one of the few that sent in airlift and offered airlift with Caribbean Airlines.
Some made a decision to stay.
Yes.
But you know, Madam Prime Minister.
For some of them, maybe some made a decision to stay, or some made the decision not to take up the offer, and some only caught on to it when it became too late, when the airports were closed.
I want to tell you thanks again.
I think we also did some airlift for Bajan students as well. I've been advised with about 25 Bajan students. We assisted with
that they evacuated for free.
You know, Madam Prime Minister, and I will tell you this. What you are telling me here, 3/4 of Trinidad and Tobago don't know that you had extended, that assistance for those stranded in Jamaica, and what you did. And I am asking you, and I'm asking you publicly and live where millions of people are watching, is it possible that some of your ministers, when they do these things, that they can send that information to our media house?
Well, I was under the view that it was being sent to your media house, so I will check upon that again. and make sure that you get it because you have such a large coverage.
Yeah.
So we will look into that.
Thank you again. Before we end, and what exactly is Trinidad and doing for Jamaica on a whole? With respect to us.
Listen to this answer, go. Listen to this answer earlier.
I had
Listen to this.
I communicated with Prime Minister Holness earlier today, of course, pledging our support and extending our prayers and best wishes for the government.
Thoughts and prayers.
But in addition, I've already begun mobilizing support for Jamaica, our solidarity with that government and with the people there. And we've already begun to mobilize supplies to be sent to Jamaica. Prime Minister Holness indicated to me that I said we would be sending food supplies and essential services, but I asked if he could, when he can, in the aftermath, if he could let us know there may be specific things that they need. So we may consider human resource, technical expertise, and of course essential food items, and any other matters that will be reasonable for us to assist them. But that process has already begun. After speaking with Prime Minister, after communicating with Prime Minister Holness, I put a team in place. They've been meeting several hours today. Tomorrow I'll be meeting that team as we plan to move. We are mobilizing, and we are calling upon our citizens here who would like to help, who are in a position to help, that they will also donate relief supplies for the people of Jamaica.
Madam Prime Minister, before we go, I just wanted to find out, tomorrow the SOE ends, tomorrow October the 20th. The state of emergency is set to expire tomorrow. Does your government intend to extend it?
One moment, please. The answer to that is yes.
Yes!
The Commissioner of Police has given to our
General
and other members of the National Security
Take
Council
that ball out here.
a recommendation that the SOE be extended. That has now been, the motion to do so has now been placed on the order paper by the Parliament for debate on Friday of this week at 1:30 p.m.
So it will be extended?
Yes.
We will go to the Parliament.
So all of you who was standing protest, suck battery salt.
That you have gotten so far?
I think so. I mean, I've seen your number up there on your screen. Murder Toll 2025. There should be some during their time, some our time. They also have SOE. We have the SOE. I've seen 307 murders. And if you remember, at the same time, last year under the PNM, it would have been far more than that.
537 last year. Last year, the same day, it was 537.
Yes, 557. So that is a tremendous reduction in the murder rate. And there's something else here before we go off on this. The PNM seems to be a forever all day fighting.
How is the audio, guys?
Down everything. For example, when they are commenting about what we are doing in the fight against crime, supporting the U.S. intervention in the Southcom, it appears like they want to support the traffickers, the drug traffickers and human traffickers. Then they seem to want to support the home invaders because they're fighting down the Stanley Brown Bill. Incarcerated gang leaders, the deputy leader of the PNM is fighting to get an incarcerated gang leader out of jail. And then they call upon Minister Alexander to disclose undercover leakers, suppliers, and so on, which will then expose
You can't do that, sir? You can't do that.
Also, the drones, they're talking about, they want to know about the drones and the surveillance. We can't do that. Those are national security issues. Again, they seem to be on the side of the criminals. That's what the PNM's running narrative is about. We cannot stand for that. We stand firm. We stand our ground. We do the best we can to ensure greater safety and security for the people of TNT.
Well, Madam Prime Minister, I must say it was so nice speaking with you. And I'm sure everything that I asked you here, the nation, I'm sure the viewers are happy all over, or the Caribbean, everybody's happy, and those who are watching in Trinidad and Tobago, outside of Trinidad and Tobago, they are happy, and and now they are aware of what exactly is going on, and your plans and so. So I want to tell you thanks. I really want to tell you thanks, and I wish you all the best. And I want to tell you this: you're doing well. You're doing well. You're doing well.
Thank you. But before you go, Ian, you and all right-thinking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago know we put TNT first. TNT first. That is our aim and that is our goal. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you again.
You too. Blessings. Bye.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you just heard from the Honorable Prime Minister where she spoke about what's happening in Jamaica. She spoke about what's happening in Venezuela. She spoke about the presence of the ships, the U.S. ships, naval ships in Trinidad. And she spoke about the SOE. So those are the four major topics. And I really, trying to put it together in my idea, but I think that everybody's happy. Right? So we have an idea what's happening now. We have an idea what's happening. So we're going to take a fast break. When we come back, we'll continue. Remember, it's only one network you can get it on, yeah? And that's Ian Allen and even the Prime.
Oh my God, this whole stuff is depressing and angering. I almost want to cry because I'm so angry. But I don't even know what to do anymore with all you. If my grandkids survive this, they will know that I didn't stay silent. I didn't keep my mouth shut. I would like to congratulate Ian on that interview. He asked some very pertinent questions, but like I said before, his follow-up questions to his original questions were horrible. He just let whatever answer this woman give slide. And you could see that he was exasperated by the answers, and he was like kind of flustered. So big up to Ian on that interview. I give you props, my brother. But damn, you could have done a better job. It's depressing seeing someone who leads you come up and lie to you in your face like this, like you're fucking stupid. It's almost insulting to me. And you know what? Let me hold on one sec. Alright, I lost my slides. One second. Okay, let me rearrange a second. I lost my main slides. Where the frick did it go? Here we are. We're back up. One more time, I'm going to play this video for y'all. And you guys shouldn't be impressed. Well, actually, you should be impressed, but you should be terrorized. And actually, some fear should actually enter your blood, enter your system, enter your balls after you see this video, what I'm about to show you, because this is not necessarily pointed at the United States. It's pointed at you, Trinidad and Tobago. That's all for you, baby.
Desde los monjes hasta el Cabo San Román, Se alza la patria firme en su misión. Sotavento y Barlovento marcan el camino. Guardianes del Caribe, un solo destino. Los roques brillando con luz soberana. La horquilla y la blanquilla, defensa temprana. La tortuga, los hermanos y Margarita en los vestidos. Los reyes Venezuela grita. Este mar tiene dueños, sangre de guerreros, herederos del Caribe, libres y certeros. Bolívar, Zamora, Chávez y el pueblo unido. Una sola fuerza, un destino compartido. Se alzan los caciques en memoria viva. Huequeturo, Tamanaco, resistencia activa. Chacao, Manarure, Tuna y Paramaconi. En cada ola su voz de resistencia en mi historia. Armadas, corazón de la nación, defienden soberanía, protección del mar a la montaña. Venezuela libre de bota extranjera y de matiz. Este mar tiene dueños, sangre de guerreros, herederos del Caribe, libres y certeros. El pueblo unido, una sola fuerza, un destino compartido. Caribe soberano, memoria infinita. El viento sopla fuerte, la patria palpita. No hay guerra cognitiva que quiera.
This is all for you, Trinidad and Tobago. From Venezuela with love. Mwah. How you feel seeing that shit? Huh? Huh, Trinidad and Tobago? How you feel? Not, I know most of you guys think in Trinidad because you don't listen to global news, right? You all think Venezuela is this poor, rundown country that have like a little put military. So most of you seeing that Venezuela have freaking tanks. And not just regular tanks. Venezuela has fucking tanks that ride on the water. Why the fuck does Venezuela need tanks that ride on the water? Where are they going? Where do you think they are going? They're not going to Guyana. Like y'all didn't see that video before. Let me play it for you again. All you UNC supporters, and you know if Maduro, if you're listening, I have some advice for you. There's a good target map of Trinidad and Tobago. Just look at the election map. Everywhere in yellow, that is where you could bomb. Everywhere in red, leave that shit alone, because that's the right thinking citizens who will rebuild the country after the yellow mash it up. So once again, Trinidad and Tobago, from Venezuela, with love.
Desde los monjes hasta el Cabo San Román, se alza la patria firme en su misión. Sotavento y Barlovento marcan el camino. Guardianes del Caribe, un solo destino. Los roques brillando con luz soberana. La horquilla y la blanquilla, defensa temprana. La tortuga, los hermanos y Margarita en los vestidos. Los reyes Venezuela grita. Este mar tiene dueños, sangre de guerreros, herederos del Caribe, libres y certeros. Bolívar, Zamora, Chávez y el pueblo unido. Una sola fuerza, un destino compartido. Se alzan los caciques en memoria viva. Huequeturo, Tamanaco, resistencia activa. Chacao, Manarure, Tuna y Paramaconi. En cada ola su voz de resistencia.
Did you see that video? Why the fuck does Venezuela need men to be jumping on the planes? Ah? Trinidad and Tobago, I want to hear your answer to that. The number to call in is 347-791-3311. Right thinking Trini's only. I don't want to have you notice UNC supporters calling. Why does Venezuela need airborne troops? Where are they going to land? Is Venezuela trying to do airborne missions in fucking Guyana? Trinidad and Tobago? That's a serious question I'm asking you. Why does Venezuela need all this shit?
Corazón de la nación, defienden soberanía, protección del mar a la montaña. En Venezuela libre de bota extranjera y de matiz. Este mar tiene dueños, sangre de guerreros, herederos del Caribe, libres y el pueblo unido, una sola fuerza, un destino.
Yeah, Natalie Child, yes, she could use the cannons up on the fort. Just put some grease on it, and we're ready to fight all here. What's the Fort George? The Fort George cannons. Camna could oil it up, and we're ready to fight. Venezuela, we're ready for all here. The Fort George cannons, we oiling them up. Let me go. Come on, Venezuela.
El viento sopla fuerte, la patria palpita. No hay guerra cognitiva que quiebre el honor. En cada soldado vive un luchador que tiene el invasor. Si toca este suelo, nuestro mar flamea con orgullo y anhelo. Con la mano firme, Venezuela entera. Gritadores son su patria verdadera.
Natalie, what do them cannons fire? Wait, those are the cannons that fire cannonballs, right? And Natalie, Trinidad and Tobago will be firing cannonballs from Fort George over to Venezuela. Yeah, bring it, baby! Yes, we ready. Wait, now you see that? No, I'm a little concerned. You see that jet fighter that they just have there? I don't think the cannonballs can reach the jet fighter, Natalie. We in some problems. I just see African jet fighter. Wait, Venezuela have fucking jet fighters. Trinidad and Tobago, I want you to call in the number to call and send a voice note 347-791-3311. How many jet fighters does Trinidad and Tobago possess? We can oil up the cannonballs.
La patria firme en su misión, Sotavento y Barlovento marcan el camino, guardianes del Caribe.
I'm giving myself a headache from screaming.
Brillando con luz soberana, la horquilla y la blanquilla, defensa temprana, la tortuga. Los hermanos y Margarita, los testigos, los reyes, Venezuela grita. Este mar tiene dueños, sangre de guerreros, herederos del Caribe, libres y certeros. Bolívar, Zamora, Chávez y el pueblo unido, una sola fuerza, un destino compartido. Se alzan los caciques en memoria viva, Huequeturo, Tamanaco, resistencia activa. Chacao, Manarure, Tuna y Paramaconi, en cada ola su voz de resistencia en mi historia. Corazón de la nación, defienden soberanía, protección del mar a la montaña.
What the ass? All of this is for you, Trinidad. And you people in Trinidad are not paying attention. This show of force, this happened last month, right? Last month. You could have actually seen, you see this gunfire right now on the screen? Right there? No, where is it? Right there? You could have actually seen this gunfire from Trinidad and Tobago. This is not a show of force to the United States, people. This is a show of force to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. That if you fuck around, this is what is coming for you. All of this weaponry that you see, this amphibious weapons, tanks that floating on water, jet fighters, aircraft with freaking Venezuelans jumping out of the planes. What the hell is that? That is not for the United States. Venezuela is not flying no no plane to the United States to have people jump out to land in the United States. That is for you, Trinidad and Tobago. All of you that in your corner saying that America is there to protect you. How is America going to protect you from this? What the fuck?
Una sola fuerza, un destino compartido, Caribe soberano, memoria infinita, el viento sopla fuerte, la patria palpita, no hay guerra cognitiva que quiebre el honor, en cada soldado vive un luchador, que tiemble el invasor, el suelo, nuestro mar flamea con orgullo llanero, con la mano firme, Venezuela entera, grita horizonte, patria verdadera.
From Venezuela to Trinidad and Tobago with love. Mwah. That was a message to the Trinidad and Tobago government that if you don't behave yourself, we have something for you. And all of those warships and Osprey planes that you have landing in Chagaramas, all of those will be destroyed. Understand me, people. All of those military assets that you have jumping up and down in Trinidad and Tobago waters. First of all, why? Wait. I'm confused. Wasn't the whole talk that if Venezuela threatens Guyana, then and only then will we have troops on Trinidad soil? So why do we have the United States military on Trinidad right now? Because Venezuela has not made any moves whatsoever towards Guyana. So what is the justification that this government is giving to the people of Trinidad and Tobago for this military presence on our soil? Oh, and the SOE. Why is it being extended now? You guys know why, right? You guys know why. You know why the SOE is being extended. You dirty Trinis. This is what you did to yourselves. All of you PNM people that stayed home. You 100,000 that stayed home. And are now staying quiet. And watching this shit happen. And still supporting this shit that is happening. All of you UNC supporters that have that cognitive dissonance that's knocking your brain right now, where you feel conflicted, like wait, this is my government, this is the government that I support, but they're doing shit. What am I supposed to do? What you're supposed to do is speak out. You're not supposed to blindly go behind a government. The government is there to serve you. And when you see that these people are doing stuff that is against you, that is against anti-humanity, anti-Trini, why are you not speaking out? So this big protest was planned right after the SOE, but now the SOE is going to be extended. Take bull, Trinidad and Tobago. But wait, I have some advice. Wait 1 second. Hang on a second. This is important, right? And I want you, Trini, to share the live. I want you to share this message. Share the live. Share the live. Mr. Maduro, please. Mr. Maduro, Senor. Mr. Maduro, please. When you're ready to bomb Trinidad, everywhere you see. Wait. I gotta get the. How you point?
Maduro, Nicolas Maduro, Senor, when you're ready to bomb Trinidad, everywhere you see in the red, those are the good people. Those are the Chavistas, the right thinking Trinis. Everything else, go right ahead, man. Do you have a blast? But you know what? Wait, Mr. Maduro, Senor, I want you to leave Point Lisas alone, please. All right, Maduro. That was a message to my buddy Maduro. Yes, Natalie. Unfortunately. This is what we got waiting for us. And one thing I will tell you, you don't understand. Trinidad, the people of Trinidad and Tobago wouldn't understand this because Trinidad didn't have their revolution. Oh, you just reminded me of something I need to speak up. Regarding the kids in Jamaica right now. When Trinidad had its revolution in 1972, the revolution was sparked off by students in UE for some similar shit like what is happening today. It's so funny how history repeats itself. In the 1970s, these UE students in Canada was accused of blowing up a chemistry lab, and they locked them up, and there was a whole big bacchanal behind that. And the students in the UE in Trinidad, they solidified with their brothers abroad, and that actually led to the riots and the protests and everything that happened in Trinidad in 1972. I would call everyone want to say it was a 1972 revolution in Trinidad. Let me put it to you right now. What happened in Trinidad was simply a riot. It wasn't a revolution. If it was a revolution, it was a revolution that was crushed relatively quickly by the government of the Prime Minister then, Eric Williams. And in the future, I would actually I wanted to do a video on that revolution, how Eric Williams was actually scared that the communists was going to take over, because back then Trinidad and Tobago, the communist movement was very powerful, and in the 1970s he was actually scared that the communists would actually take over Trinidad and Tobago. So when it came to actually doing the negotiations, a lot of the socialist policies that we see in Trinidad, like the free this, the free that, the free other, the free school, it was all agreed to in that 1972 riot. I wouldn't call it a revolution. It was a failed and crushed revolution. Trinis never put out blood, sweat, and tears to fight for their country. Everything was given to us on a platter. We were giving our independence on a platter. We didn't fight for that. We didn't earn it. We didn't put out our blood like the Venezuelans and the Cubans and the Nicaraguans did. That is why you have America right now threatening those three countries. Trinidad and Tobago is just a vassal cupped state to America. Trinidad and Tobago under female leadership is failing miserably. Right now, Trinidad and Tobago is wishing they had some testosterone in that parliament, in that government, guiding us properly. How I miss Keith Rowley right now. Like I had a, let me see if I can bring up this speech. Rowley gave this amazing speech. I wonder if I have it in my slides. Hold on, let me see. Stop playing. I think I might have it. How are you guys gonna miss Rowley so much? I think I have this video in my slides. Here it is. Here goes this bald-headed man that you guys don't like so much. Listen to him speak and tell me what you think. The number calling is 347-791-3311. Let me know what you think.
Tell the world that we have entered into an arrangement. To tell Venezuela that we have entered into an arrangement. To tell Guyana and to tell CARICOM that this picture is representative of an action that we've taken with the head of Southcom, Admiral Halsey, and it's about us creating an environment where the United States can place troops in Trinidad and Tobago to respond to instability in Venezuela. Whoever did this is not acting in the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Listen to this man.
And let me tell you why.
Listen to this man you all got rid of.
You would recall, not too long ago, there was a situation where the United States government led arguments, OAS and the European Union, about regime change in Venezuela. And it got very heated, and it got to the point where people were expecting physical action. The European Union had given Maduro 8 days to leave office.
Talk done.
The Canadians had said to us in CARICOM, time for talk over. And our question was, time for what now?
No.
And of course...
Don't you miss this man! Don't you miss this man, Trinidad and Tobago!
You carried it.
What you have is an embarrassment. An embarrassment. Don't you miss this leadership? Don't you... Trinidad and Tobago, this is how we are supposed to be on the world stage. This is how we are supposed to be speaking, my people that are listening. Don't you miss this shit? Aren't you upset right now? What happened?
Madam Prime Minister, good afternoon.
What happened? What happened?
It is so nice to hear
I don't... wait, hold up. What happened there? All right, back to this beautiful, beautiful speech. Don't you miss this man?
Tell the world that we have entered into an arrangement. To tell Venezuela that we have entered into an arrangement. To tell Guyana and to tell CARICOM that this picture is representative of an action that we've taken with the head of Southcom, Admiral Halsey, and it's about us creating an environment where the United States can place troops in Trinidad and Tobago to respond to instability in Venezuela. Whoever did this is not acting in the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And let me tell you why. I am so disturbed about this. You will recall, not too long ago, there was a situation where the United States government led arguments, OAS and the European Union, about regime change in Venezuela. And it got very heated, and it got to the point where people were expecting physical action. The European Union had given Maduro 8 days to leave office. The Canadians had said to us in CARICOM, time for talk over. And our question was, time for what now? And
don't you miss that shit, Trinidad?
And his view on Venezuela and the details. You carried it in your media, you know all about it. How did Trinidad and Tobago react to that situation?
I can't see the
Trinidad
chat.
and Tobago, as a leader in CARICOM on that matter, took a leadership role to preserve the Caribbean as a zone of peace. And we headed to New York. The Prime Minister of Barbados and myself, we went to the office of the Secretary General of the United Nations to take a different position on the Venezuelan issue. We didn't stop there. We, again, Trinidad and Tobago, and this time the larger CARICOM, we went to Uruguay and took part in generating the Montevideo Accord, which was meant to prevent any instance of the breach of the peace in the Caribbean, supported by Mexico and Norway. All along, Trinidad and Tobago had a leadership role in that matter. And every stage of the game, you all in the media knew what your country's position was, you knew what the dangers were, you know what we were fighting off, you know what the successes were and what the failures were. I made my first visit to the UN General Assembly and spoke of Trinidad and Tobago's position on this matter. So in the media in Trinidad and Tobago, you know our position. Why then would you convert that firm stand of your country to create a situation? What has changed? To cause Trinidad and Tobago to be a platform for foreign troops on its territory in response to the Venezuelan situation. When in fact, only days ago, the Trinidad and Tobago minister in the office of the Prime Minister was in Caracas, talking to the Venezuelan leadership, as we talk to them all the time, and the Americans and others, because I was in Barbados talking to the American leadership. And CARICOM, as a unit, we cover and protect ourselves by standing on the defense of CARICOM. Caribbean is a zone of peace, and we are not supporting anybody's military excursion. What exactly happened in Trinidad and Tobago in the last 48 hours? This picture has nothing to do with any Venezuelan issue. This has everything to do with the relationship between Trinidad and Tobago and the United States, which is a very good one. And of course, the conversation that we had, if you listen, and in fact, the very story that the very paper that carries the story, carries the details of what was said by Admiral Halsey about the issues that brought him here and the issues that were discussed and the commitment to cooperate with Trinidad and Tobago on matters, not the least of which is national security. That's what it's about. The local press cannot pretend not to know that our security agencies rely very heavily on the cooperation that they have with the United States. Many instances, the actions that we take here or actions that are taken in our interest outside our border in the region has to do with information or physical assets of foreign countries, not the least of which is the United States, helping us to protect ourselves because we don't have the ability to have as many assets out there or to have the intelligence as to who is going to harm us. And you read in the story what Admiral Halsey said, as far as to talk about criminal elements coming from South America and threatening us now. I mentioned that from this podium recently. You would have seen during the COVID period, when the rest of the nation didn't have vaccines, among the first vaccines we got were some that came from a United States military agency to our defense force. Because
I don't care about the fucking vaccines. I don't care about the
in the last
vaccines.
few years, the United States has put over $9 million in grants into the security services of Trinidad and Tobago.
Why?
We have an ongoing relationship of training and sharing of information with the United States. And none of this is secret. None of it is secret. It's all about the relationship between two friendly countries, one with a lot of resources and one that needs help. So where did you get it from? That we are in a position to make Trinidad and Tobago available to the United States for troops against Venezuela. This is a serious matter. If a country is making its territory available for another country to stage military action against them, that is a serious matter. And if I don't come here today and as Prime Minister denounce this irresponsibility, if you were in Venezuela, what would you think? What would you think? And if you are in Venezuela where Trinidad and Tobago are negotiating with you on all kinds of important matters, but making its territory available for American incursions in the event that it is determined that Venezuela has instability, what would you think? I know that there are people in this country, surprisingly to some of you, who would like our initiatives to bear no fruit and to come to naught, but this is going too far.
How y'all feel about that, hearing that? The number to call in is 347-791-3311. I want to hear the right thinking Trinis, not the Sandras of this platform, because if Sandra call in, she might get cussed. I'm sorry, Sandra, I love you as a Trini, but you have to get over that brainwashing that this UNC government has put into you. You are watching this government destroy your country in real time while you sit back and show tacit support. It is disgusting to me. It makes me embarrassed to be a Trini. Sometimes when I go into the other chats and I see you people talk and I see you people in the chats, it is embarrassing how stupid you people are. So please, if you listen to me and just learn. You know, me and Renison actually think the same way, but Renison wouldn't have the balls to come out and say the things that I'm saying. You know, so give him his respect. You know, the government we're dealing with is very evil and very conniving. So if they're going to come after someone, they could come after me where I'm at. I'm not in Trinidad exposed to them. Right? And there was another video that Kate Rowley did, I think it was last week. Renison, if you're listening and you have that video, please send it to me, where Rowley was talking about the problems that was happening at the gas plant and how they were suffering like a rundown with the gas, and because of that they had to like get into negotiation. And remember that video where Rowley was actually describing how Trinidad and Tobago is actually dependent on Venezuela, please, you know, and why they needed the Dragon so much. So we're not just talking about the Dragon gas deal here, right? With the news that broke last night, all energy partnerships with Venezuela is suspended. No Dragon, no Manatee, no cross-border sharing, no nothing. It is all done. It is over with. So I want you to think Trinidad with an economy that is dependent on the gas from Venezuela. What do you think is going to happen to the economy? And let me give you a hint. The plant that just closed, what's the name of this plant? Nutrien. Woo! I had a speech about Nutrien. Hold up. This Nutrien plant closing is going to have some catastrophic effects for the country of Trinidad, because Nutrien produces gases. One of the main gases it produces is CO2, and guess what is dependent on CO2 in Trinidad and Tobago? Guess. Hospitals. Yes, people. Hospitals are dependent on CO2 gas. So the hospitals are screwed. We're talking medical gases, carbon dioxide from those same very plants, piped straight from massy gas products for ventilators, surgeries, anesthesia at the Port of Spain General, San Fernando, and Eric Williams hospitals. You're going to see shortages of that. Patients going to be wheezing. Operatories are going to be dark. The sick will be paying for this clusterfuck with their very last breaths. And the ripple? Blackouts rolling nationwide. Because y'all think you'll have power, electricity problems. No. Wait till Tech don't have gas to power their plants. What do you think is going to happen? So you're going to have blackouts in Trinidad. You're going to have factories closing. The GDP of Trinidad and Tobago will tank. Fertilizer stores will dry up. Food prices will spike. And the best part is, you're going to start having riots in the street. I look forward to that. And when you start rioting, I know y'all know what to do, right? All them people, all them propagandists, all these people that lied to you for the past year, that are currently lying to you right now, make them pay. Because what is happening right now in Trinidad, it is, like I tell you, I didn't want to do this. When I came on this stream, I was vexed, I was upset, I was embarrassed. What is going to happen to the Manatee Field, Olia? All of the cross-border gas fields that are currently operational with Venezuela. With this big announcement by Maduro last night, you know we are at war, right? War has been declared on Trinidad and Tobago. So now Venezuela is doing to us what was done to it by the United States with those sanctions. So now Trinidad and Tobago will feel a little pinch. Trinidad and Tobago will feel a little pinch of what Venezuela suffered when they were put through all those years of sanctioning by the United States government. How do you feel about that, Trinidad and Tobago? You don't have to call in, because I know this is a UNC station that I'm broadcasting on. The number is 347-79. Like and share the stream if you like what I'm saying, because I want you revolutionary Trinis on the line. I want the revolutionary Trinis to be listening to me. I want the Trinis who are willing to hear something else listening to me, because this is going to be big, y'all. This is going to be big, and Trinidad and Tobago is not going to be the same after this. And you know what? After Venezuela bombs all of Trinidad, or most of Trinidad, what do you think? This is a question that I've been asking myself since yesterday. After all that infrastructure in Trinidad and Tobago gets bombed, do you think BlackRock is going to come up and buy all that bombed out property for cheap, for pennies on the dollar? What do you guys think? But and you know what? This also made me think about the law that was passed a few weeks ago in the Trinidad Parliament, where non-citizens are now allowed to get citizenship in Trinidad and Tobago. I told you back then this was a law that was created for the elites, to serve the elites, and I'm pretty much thinking it has something to do with property and buying up property in Trinidad. So you have this evil government going and passing laws for their 1% friends. So when all this property is bombed out, who is going to come and buy up all that property? On the good side, on the flip side, Trinis in abroad, Trinis in America that are looking on, you have a good opportunity to get cheap property in Trinidad. Just the land. If you're interested in buying land and you're interested and you could rent a bulldozer to clear out, you can get some cheap property in Trinidad within the next year. So you know what we should do here on the Workers' Right platform? We should start a real estate channel where all of you guys with your bombed out property could come and list your bomb property. All of you UNC people are going to get bombed. Come up onto the Workers' Right website and list your property when you're ready to sell it. I'll buy a couple plots from all you. Cheap. Sandra, I'll buy your house from you. Yes, Natalie. Words can be very, very dangerous. So all of this was, but Natalie, all this wasn't just caused by words alone, you know. It's words and actions. Kamala Prasad didn't just say bomb them violently. She had to sign papers somewhere where the United States could actually put troops. Why the fuck are troops on Trini soil and Venezuela has made no moves towards Guyana? What is going on here? And this was revealed yesterday. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force is getting drone training from the United States military. Ding, ding, ding. This is going to be very interesting right now. And if you've been paying attention to the war in Ukraine, into stuff that is actually going on in the battlefield, Ukraine is getting their ass kicked left, right, and center. And Russia has developed new technology where they are going after drone operators. So right now, currently on the battlefield, the current technology they're using is fiber optic cables, where you have an operator on the ground and you have a fiber optic cable attached to a drone, and then you send out that drone to wherever it's going. The drone that is powered by that fiber optic cable cannot be detected, right? Even though Russia now is coming up with ways to actually detect those the fiber optic drones. That's happening right now on the battlefield. So the United States is coming to Trinidad with outdated drone technology and is training the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force in outdated drone technology, where soon as the drone operator sends out a drone, that sucker will have a missile on his ass in no time. They're called drone hunters. Go on to Twitter, go on to X and look them up. Drone operators in Ukraine are getting eliminated left, right, and center because all of those drones are controlled by radio signals, right? And those radio signals go back to an operator, a transmitter point. Russia has developed the technology where once they go on the field and they detect a drone in the sky, they automatically send out a freaking missile, not to eliminate the drone, but to eliminate the drone operator, right? That's why they advanced to this new technology with using the the fiber optic cables. So good luck, Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. All of you TTDF soldiers who are actually signing up to be drone operators, please sign your will. And you know what to do. This is what I recommend to any soldier, Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force soldier that has listened to this broadcast. Sign your will over to the Workers' Right 868 platform, because you're dotish. And if you are in the military, and if you are in the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force in the Army of Trinidad, and you're not paying attention to current military technology and current military trends, you're in for a rude awakening right now. The United States does not have the US is getting itself massacred on the battlefield in Ukraine because of this whole drone shit. And guess what? Where's this article? Russia and Venezuela, just last night, you had this huge military aircraft transport land in Venezuela, chock full of Russian technology. So right now in Venezuela, on their beaches, you have anti-defense systems set up on their beaches. So Venezuela is not going to come to this battlefield with all United States technology. You know right now the United States is using technology that's over 20 years old. All of these so-called Tomahawk missiles you hear them bragging about, it's all over 20-30 years old, and they all can be shot down with air defense systems. And Venezuela, unbeknownst to most of us, has been gearing up on their military. Venezuela is a chief supplier to Iranian drones. So there are actual drone factories in Venezuela that builds the drones, the fucking fiber optic drones that is kicking the United States ass on the battlefield right now. Yes, Venezuela builds them, people. So I don't know what to say. It's upsetting that in just 5 short months the country of Trinidad and Tobago is in this position. You guys, and I want to talk about this budget debate. This clearly fake, erroneous and fraudulent and disgusting budget that was presented by the UNC. I've been saying this since from day one. It's all bullshit, because none of it, and I actually said this in my live stream live when Tanku delivered that budget. He mentioned nothing about Venezuela. He mentioned nothing about the geopolitical actions that was happening right around him. So that's why I called her right from the start that this budget is bullshit. And what you see happening right now, people of Trinidad and Tobago, is your government is conspiring against you. Your government is acting against you. And I'm saying this both for the PNM and the UNC. Dominic, Romaine, I love you, but you still haven't really called out and spoken out about this when you do your live streams. Instead, when you do your live streams, you talk about this nonsense budget bullshit, this distraction that is currently happening to distract the people from what is happening in our waters. Instead of focusing your stream totally on the military actions, you also are distracting the people, and I'm calling you out for it. Shame on you, Dominic. The most important thing in Trinidad right now is this military action that is happening in our waters. Because once the bombs start dropping, and like I said, by this declaration of Venezuela that all gas deals are suspended, that is the first step in the declaration of war against the people of well, I wouldn't say the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I would say the current government of Trinidad and Tobago. And when Venezuela gets to punishing, it will punish Trinidad in a way where we will not be able to recover. And Renison, please send me that video where Rowley was talking about the current economic conditions of Trinidad. Damn, I might have that video. Let me go look for it real quick. Hang on. In the video, Rowley was talking about how Trinidad doesn't have the ability to build any infrastructure. With all of the exploration and all this stuff is going on, we still have to go outside to get financing. We still have to have people from the outside to come finance us. We have no money to build nothing. So if Venezuela gets pissed off and wants to punish Trinidad, they will start bombing all of our infrastructure. All of that oil and gas infrastructure is going to be bombed, which is going to lead to an environmental nightmare off the coast of Trinidad. So fuck tourism. You hear Kamala in the video she played earlier. She's talking about, we're going to diversify the economy with tourism. Fuck that. You're not going to have that, because when we are going to be punished, we will be punished severely. So all of those oil rigs that were built up all over the years, if one bomb drops on that, how is Trinidad going to rebuild? Think about this. The Manatee got, I should pull up a map with all of and I did this already. I did this in a preparation for a live stream last month. Last month. This is how long Renison was waiting to actually have me on this fucking stream, a whole month. So I prepared these slides a month ago, where I actually put up like a target list for Trinidad and Tobago, where I made like if Trinidad and Tobago was to go into war, what will Venezuela target? It's surprising. Yes, Natalie, it's very sad, but I've been speaking up, and you know what? I've been speaking about this for months. For months, I've been talking about it. But then again, what can we possibly do to fix this at this stage? What can we do to fix? Even if you had protests in the streets right now, if you had a mass protest with the SOE, with the fake SOE, nothing would get accomplished. It wouldn't change the actions of the United States military. It's depressing. I'm getting some stream quality alerts. Hang on one second. Let me see if I can clean this up. Hang on one second. I'm very upset, people. Trinidad is on the verge of being destroyed. How will we rebuild? Who will help us rebuild? Right? In a time where we would need partners. Who will come to rebuild Trinidad and Tobago's oil infrastructure if it was to get bombed? And if Venezuela actually takes the step to bomb the cross-border fields, what makes you think that Venezuela will allow us to rebuild it, to share that gas in the future? Have you people thought about this? Have you people really, when you like and share the stream, if you like what I'm talking about, if you agree with what I'm saying, like and share the stream. Tell your mama about this stream. Tell your own girl or boyfriend about this stream. It is so upsetting. Someone has to speak about them, Rakesh. And with a name like Mahabir, thank you, brother. Thank you. I love you. I want to see more of you like this. I know this is a UNC platform, but please, to have a government, the government is supposed to be there to serve you. If you see your government is doing something that is against your interests, you have a right and duty to speak out and tell your government, hey, I don't like this policy. And you have these other programs that go on and push this UNC propaganda. I wonder if I should stink them up right now. You know what? Let me fucking do that. Hold on 1 second. Let me stink up somebody right now. Hang on. All of these propagandists that want to come on. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, this is my profile on X, the Penny Mafia, and I also have another profile, the Trini Socialist. That's good. That's my political platform. Oh, this is a section called Dota Scholar. Listen to this.
Andy, you all can remember with Maurice Bishop at Grenada how things were real bad, people were suffering. Who saved them? Now the Americans went in and saved them. And the people over there were so grateful to the Americans for it. The country prospered, they were doing well. A lot of people I know from Trinidad went there. I know a guy who went and built a house after. You say over there so nice. So if the Americans going to help us here, I welcome it. And I am backing my Prime Minister 100%. I feel comfortable about it. I feel very comfortable about it. And if we have to get rid of what is harming us here in this country, and we getting help to clean it up and to correct it, I welcome it 100%. And I am praying for the situation. Thank you. Have a good day. Andy, you all can remember.
Yo. If you call me and say some dumb shit like that, I will cuss your stink ass out. Alright, this is something I want to show you. Do you mouthpieces for this corrupt and evil government, people that come on the air and lie to you, they need to be called out.
Because I would have started off with
how is the audio on this?
My sense of where she's going, and then of course you were able, of course, to consummate and to articulate and make absolute and total sense. Because
so this man who they call Teacher Lennox, he tries to confuse the dotish and slow Trinis with big words that he will just make up out of thin air to somehow legitimize what he's saying, when nothing that comes out of his mouth is nothing but frickin' dribble. People like this, evil people like this need to be exposed. They need to be stopped because they are the ones that are bringing about the destruction of Trinidad and Tobago. They are the ones that got us to this point. The job of the media, the main job, and I went to school for this. This is actually what I got my degree in at Hunter College. The job of the media is to deliver news to the people, to deliver the truth. You are the voice of the people. And when you side with the government, when you side with usually what is the government narrative, you are going against the people. And you cause nothing but damage. For the past month going on to this program, I felt nothing but hate, an immense hate and disgust listening to these people, because I used to trust this man when I first got into Trini politics, and you know, me over here being abroad, not knowing what's happening in Trinidad. I used to depend on these people to give me like a feel for what's happening on the ground in Trinidad and Tobago. So at first I used to be supportive of these people, because I used to believe that they were independent news reporters, that they would report independent news. And when they were in the opposition at that time, when you hear them speak negatively about the government, it seemed like they were for the people and for what is right. But now that their government has come into power, instead of being the independent force where you challenge the job of journalists is to question and to challenge power, to question power, and to see this station just go with the propaganda and the lies and the narratives that this government is pushing. They have nothing. They have damaged themselves and made themselves nothing but a propaganda channel. And the same goes with the other PNM channels also. Right now, the PNM channels, like I don't want to call names, but the channels that are specifically for the PNM crowd, it's going to be the same shit over there also. Right now, the person that is reporting the news to you seems like he's independent because he's challenging the government. But what is going to happen when it comes to criticizing his team? And I saw this recently when I actually called into one of these programs where this host had this politician on, and I called in to challenge the politician about crypto. You guys can look up that video, right? And when I had called into the radio show, I wasn't actually ready to get into like a debate with said politician. I was just calling in as just a regular guy to make a statement about how crypto and Bitcoin could be actually beneficial to the country. But this guy launched into a whole debate performance. But anyway, I don't want to get into it. My whole point of it is that host was PNM focused, and when I started to ask that same politician hard questions, difficult questions, the host stepped in and cut me off. So be aware of partisan radio shows. They're evil, they're destructive, and they do not serve you any purpose. I decided to team up with Renison because Renison, he broke from the UNC, which is something I expected Andy to do. When Andy started seeing the fuckery that was happening in his party, he should have stood out. He should have used his platform. He should have used his voice to speak out and not go along with. And that is why I give Renison props. That's why I big up Renison to the max. A true Trini patriot. He is risking his life by going against the UNC, as he was once one of their guys. So big up to Renison. Big up props, my brother. You have my love for now, as long as you keep speaking the truth. As long as you keep speaking the truth, I will always be in your team. Once you start doing that partisan bullshit, like those other guys, I'm out. When something needs to be reported, it needs to be reported honestly to the people. Don't lie. If you have an opinion that is if you yourself as a reporter may have an opinion, and granted all stories reported will have that opinion of the reporter, but it's your job, if you're delivering news to the people, to be truthful and honest. It is your job as a reporter to educate yourself with not what is happening just in the country, but what is happening globally. Trinidad is now on the global stage. We in the fucking mix now, where we have freaking Al Jazeera in the country mentioning us, and that is not something to be proud of, people. You should be scared. You should be fucking terrified that this is happening. Because why does Al Jazeera have their cameras in Trinidad? To film what? Al Jazeera is there to film Diwali? Why is Al Jazeera in Trinidad? And you people applauding this shit like fucking cows, like sheep, like cattle. Break out of that mold, you UNC supporters. It is your job as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago to question your rulers. Grow some balls. Don't be like this fucking weak man. And I know Lennox has a good heart. But what he is doing right now is evil. He is dishing out and acting evil because he knows better. Lennox and Andy know better. They know to pull up a fucking internet browser and look up correct news to deliver to you people, instead of siding with the empire and the empire's news. Be honest. Be revolutionary. Have some red blood, you fucking pit bull. Have some balls, you fucking pit bull. You bitch. You come on the radio every fucking day and lying to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I am sick of you. I am disgusted with you. And I used to like you. Renaissance, if you flip like these motherfuckers, you will be an enemy of me for life too. I'm not playing with this. Where is this?
Nation. So I made hypothetical here. He's the head of another CARICOM nation, and Kamala Prasad Bisesa says, listen, if Maduro attacks Guyana, let me repeat, if Maduro attacks Guyana, she will allow the Americans to stage a counter attack from the soil or from the country or from the land space of Trinidad. What would be his response in terms of fracturing CARICOM or maintaining unity? What would he say? From what he has said, he would say, because of his animosity and his political tabanka, of Kamala Prasad Bisesa's statement, from what he has said, since he's saying that her statement fractures CARICOM, then he apparently would say, let Venezuela go ahead and do what they have to do, and CARICOM should stay out of that. That to me is what he is saying. But he will have to explain the fact that how come he has not run to the defense of Guyana, which is a major these days member of CARICOM. That is the level of hogwash and irrationality and, of course, incongruent that these people put out there, not thinking at all. So because you have a beef politically with the present Prime Minister, you're so myopic that you cannot see that she is in fact generating a kind of unity that most of CARICOM, in my view, will not want to face. And that is why they have not made any unanimous statement on the presence of the Americans here, and on the present Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessa's statement, because it is a quagmire. They have a difficulty in making a conclusive statement, because inside of Kamala Persad-Bissessa, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago's statement, is
What's the comments?
a defense for,
As this man is
and
talking,
the promotion of the
what's the
protection
comments?
of a CARICOM,
That is
a major CARICOM
it's not that
community
Lennox is a
state
propagandist.
partner.
What's the comments in the
Guyanese.
chat of the people he is
Before to make these
influencing
wild statements
with this dumb shit?
to say that it should be a
Lennox is an
zone of peace,
influencer,
and of course,
and he is
Fred Brown tried to
influencing
tell us that
people
Kamala Persad-Bissessa
to go
is
against the
some
best
kind of
interests of Trinidad and Tobago.
among
It is
CARICOM,
disgusting to watch.
but which in fact
Look,
she is
just the
forcing
comments
them,
alone.
to come to the reality, and she made a statement that strategically put them in a vein, in a quagmire, in a situation where if they say and they keep the path that the place should be kept
No, but
a
700,
zone of peace,
Sandra.
and
Oh.
want to criticize her,
Sandra,
they
but
will
you're still
have
here.
difficulty
I hope you're
resolving it,
learning.
because
All right,
what
you're here for a
will
reason,
Diana
right,
say now,
Sandra?
if
You're
they
here to
are
learn.
saying that a statement
You UNC
like
supporter. Learn to speak out against your government. Learn to criticize your government. If your government is doing something that is going to hurt you or your family, it is your job as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago to speak out against it.
if Ghana is attacked
Is
by
it not, Sandra?
Trinidad and Tobago will
Or are you just going to be like a cow, like a sheep that just goes along with everything that Kamala does?
such an attack?
Because she's an Indian and you're Indian too.
Trinidad, St. Vincent,
Shut the
Dominica,
fuck up.
Jamaica. How are you responding to that? And this buffoon, a former so-called diplomat, he probably looks more the part than he in fact is the part or played the part, because it's nonsensical. And as I said yesterday, I am waiting with bated breath to hear what the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago will say at the United Nations on these matters, because it is clear, and as she rightly said, that
And what is
but my common sense
what is actually angering
that when she said that
is
CARICOM
Andy is
already
smart.
fractured, that they have taken different
Andy
sides,
understands
it's
global
because of that
politics.
same situation where they cannot.
Andy is not stupid. Andy understands, because I used up until yesterday I had a rapport with him where I used to like teach him about the global politics. So Andy is not stupid. He knows what is right. And sometimes when he speaks, he will let you know what is the right position, but then he will still go evil. So Andy knows better. He's not stupid like Lennox. He's actually doing actual evil, actual ill will, I would call him a spin doctor. Spinning news for the government. He is not an independent reporter. Shame on him. And shame on you 700 people that tune in to listen to that bullshit program every day. Shame on you. That program has made you a dumber Trini today. All of you that are supporting the fall of Maduro, of Nicolas Maduro, shame on you. How could you on one hand, how can you, Dotis Trees, on one hand, support Abraham Traore, and then on the next hand, say you want to assassinate Nicolas Maduro? Abraham Traore and Nicolas Maduro are one and the fucking same. The same man that you would like to big up in Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore, him and Nicolas Maduro are having the exact same fights with the exact same imperial forces. So how can you come on the radio program and big up Ibrahim Traore, who incidentally gained his power through a coup, right? Ibrahim Traore was not elected by the people of Burkina Faso. Ibrahim Traore took power. He took power. Nicolas Maduro was elected. Nicolas Maduro was legitimately elected by the people of Venezuela. So I guess they, in a way, in that way, the way they came to power is not the same. But the exact same ideologies that Ibrahim Traore has for his people in Burkina Faso are the exact same duplicate policies you have in Venezuela. So how can you hate Nicolas Maduro and love Ibrahim Traore? This is where you guys need education. That is why every day I'm in the chats cussing you people. And every day I'm in the chat saying, if you are in this chat, you are dumber for being here, because you're not learning anything. If you come there for the community and the camaraderie of, being around fellow stupid people, then fine. But you are actually absorbing and then regurgitating the same message that these evil hosts push out. You people that are supporting the overthrow of Venezuela. Nicolas Maduro, the legitimately elected president, the legitimately elected leader of Venezuela, is a great leader, following in the footsteps of his boss, Hugo Chavez. He is following in the footsteps religiously. And if Nicolas Maduro was to be killed, there is going to be a bloodbath in Venezuela. And it's going to be a bloodbath on the side for which will eventually be good, because everybody is armed in Venezuela. Everybody, even the mamas, have AK-47s, and 75% of the Venezuelan population is socialist. 75%, right? 25% of the Venezuelan population is capitalist, pro-United States. So if Nicolas Maduro was to be removed, you will see a massacre of that 25%. Is that what you want to see happen in that country? Our next door neighbor, our partner, our lifeline. Renison, please, if you're on and you're listening, send me that video with Rowley explaining to these Dotis people about the importance of Venezuela and the importance of gas to our economy. So now we have plants that produce essential gas to Trinidad shutting down because of the war. Don't listen to that bullshit that the government is telling you because of port fees. No. The real story is the company that was the Nutrient is shutting down because of the war. What do you do, Trinidad? The first step is educating yourself. The first step is getting smart. Follow me on Twitter at Penny Mafia. I follow global politics. I keep myself up to date on news that is relevant to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean and Venezuela. I actually had a translator up on my app. So if there are any Spanish listeners in the future, I'm going to have an automatic translator come up for you guys. I've been doing this stream for like 3-4 hours now. I'm getting a little sleepy. This should be my bedtime. What else do I want to talk about? So let's go on Twitter. You know, let just for the hell of it. Let's talk about what news that are coming up. So this idiot Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar said CARICOM was not a reliable partner, but had chosen Venezuela over CARICOM member state Trinidad and Tobago. How embarrassed are you right now for voting for this either senile, dotish, or evil woman? So let's go on to Twitter and show my news feed. And I'm pretty sure this is not anything like what you would see on Facebook. Look at this post right here. This is something I actually spoke about earlier. I wonder if Grenada will allow me to get citizenship from my great-grandparents, boy. Let me do some research. So that law that the UNC government passed, where it allows people to gain citizenship, what do you think was the purpose of that? Somebody is going to come into Trinidad and start buying up property at an alarming rate. And I feel this law was put in for that purpose. Somebody is going to get very, very rich. Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar announced that the government intends to bring a motion before Parliament on Friday seeking an extension of the state of emergency. Prime Minister spoke during an interview on Crime Watch. I played that entire interview for you people. I hope you were as shocked and disgusted as I was. So here's the post on Twitter. She just phrased we protest against Shitel, which is partly true, but like I said, United States troops are now landed in Trinidad and Tobago's soil, and this state of emergency was put in so Kamala can do the most, and she's doing the most. And for some reason you think just because there was this declaration that the government say, oh, there's a state of emergency, you cannot protest, that you cannot protest? What is the whole point of protest in the first place? Because you're being disobedient and you're doing something that is against the government wishes. So you weak-minded Trinis are looking at this big SOE as this. Let me not go there. It's just a colonized mindset. More boats are being blown up off the waters of Trinidad and Tobago, and I hope in the years to come, when everything starts getting ironed out, that the International Criminal Court will refer Kamla Prasad Bissessa to The Hague for war crimes. Here's an interesting post. I fed up. Who voted for this madness? Please come forward. Stand up for minuses. Whoa. Earlier, I don't feel like fearmongering, but should we really start stocking up on shit? Yes. Let me reply to this post. Yes. So, once again, Trinidad and Tobago, start stocking up. Gary Abood, welcome partner. See you in the chat. If you can, put up some orders for some extra imports into Trinidad because you're gonna need it, brother. Feel me? Trinidad is highly dependent on imports, and if that stops, what is going to happen to the country? I want to hear from you people. Are you afraid to call in? Huh? Are you afraid to call in? Because you're afraid Slimy will cuss you? Huh? You're afraid Slimy will cuss you? Ladies and gentlemen, it is over. It is over. It's done. There's nothing you can do. All you have to do right now is just sit back and watch the bombs drop. Even if you go out in the streets and protest, nothing is going to change. It's too late. It's too late. I don't see anything happening that we can do as the people of Trinidad to fix this mess. Because you people are weak. You people are gutless. You people are ballsless. You people are feminized. You would never do what is right to take back your sovereignty. So no, Trinidad, there's no fixing this. Trinidad has no revolutionary leader right now. He's not. That leader has not revealed himself to you yet, you people. But he will soon. The black sheep, and I don't want to quote Bible scripture for you people, because I don't want to be seen as using the Bible to influence weak minds, because that's another thing that these radio programs will do to you people. Because Trinidad is a religious society, they will open up their shows with some gospel music. They will play like a whole half an hour of gospel music, praising God, praising Jesus, all of this shit, then come out and lie to you like a fucking demon. Be aware of manipulators that use religion to manipulate you. Just because they're playing gospel doesn't mean that they are right. Big up Raw Talk for mentioning that in his stream yesterday. These influencers use religion to control you people, and you fall for it. You know, I had a fucking speech planned out, all written, ready and written, and I still haven't even gotten through it yet. This is beautiful. This is betrayal, people. Turning our islands into a battlefield proxy while our lights flicker out. Yes, Trinidad. All you think all you have water problems now? All you think all you have electricity problems now? Why did it stop playing? Renaissance sent me this song track. So I'm actually playing this nonsense music like him. But the song I really want to play for you, Trinidad and Tobago, that I want you to enjoy with me is this right here. Because you have gunman in your hole.
House, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your hole, 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 gunman in your hole.
Trinidad and Tobago, gunman in your hole.
She like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Hold up, it say my stream health is poor on this side. How's the stream quality, people?
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gunman in your hole, 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 gunman in your hole.
Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Daily reminder of the imperial arrogance that has long treated Caribbean lives as expendable in the name of security. Let us be clear, this is not protection, this is recolonization. Trinidad and Tobago.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been doing this for 5 hours. I'm freaking tired. I hope you learned something today. We will end the stream as we began the stream with a prayer from our great sister Aisha. This will be the end of the stream. Listen to this sister pray and preach.
Reminder of the imperial arrogance that has long treated Caribbean lives as expendable in the name of security. Let us be clear, this is not protection, this is recolonization. Trinidad and Tobago's alignment with US military objectives marks a catastrophic betrayal of the Caribbean consensus that our region must remain a zone of peace. In a single stroke, our leadership has reversed decades of struggle towards regional autonomy, from the Federation dream to the founding principles of CARICOM, by inviting a foreign power with documented history of anti-Black, xenophobic, and extractive aggression into our waters. This government has traded the dignity of the people for the optics of proximity to empire. We must name it for what it is: the sale of sovereignty dressed as diplomacy. What we are witnessing, the invasion of our Caribbean waters, the killing of 32 men on alleged drug boats without due process or evidence, is not justice. It is murder. It is imperial violence dressed up once again in the rhetoric dog whistle of security and war on drugs. Again, let us be clear, this is not about drugs. It is about natural resources. It is about oil. It is about power. The United States, abetted by local collaborators, has long used narratives to justify control over territories rich in natural resources and geostrategic access. Our region has been a pawn in their empire building for centuries. With the apparent complicity now of our own leadership, the cycle continues. To our goodly Prime Minister, I say this: allegiance to empire is not leadership, it is capitulation. It is the mimicry of colonial power masquerading as progress, even as it alienates us from our Caribbean brothers and sisters who continue to insist on peace, independence, and regional self-determination. I write not as a partisan. I have long unsubscribed from our party-led politics, nor do I subscribe to the bankrupt capitalist system that sustains them. I write as a Caribbean socialist,
sister, preach.
aligned with the unrealized visions of those who imagined freer, fairer, more humane futures for our people. From Claudia Jones to Una Marsan to CLR James to Morris Bishop to Audre Lorde to Sylvia Winter, may they all walk in power. Their work reminds us that another world was always possible, even when empire insisted otherwise. What we face now is a moral and ideological crisis, not just of governance, but of imagination. It is time to reclaim both. We must begin to dream again, knowing we do not have all the answers, but still willing to painstakingly envision a brave new hybrid, uncolonized way of being, living and thriving outside of the death-riddled machinery of capitalism and militarism that has never served us. Caribbean sovereignty is not for sale. Caribbean lives are not collateral damage. And peace, true peace, must never be bartered for power. I am taking this public stance for my baby girl so that one day when history measures who stood silent and who spoke, there will be record that I did not sit idly by. However small, inconvenient, maybe terrifying or inconsequential it may seem to some, silence in moments such as these is complicity. So I stand here today for my daughter, for our children, for those not yet born. Let this be on record. I am Abeo Aisha Christabel Jackson, 6th generation American from the lineage of Amphi and Bashana Jackson.
Thank you. Amen, sister. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be the end of the stream. I'm tired. I've been doing this for how long now? How long did I do this stream for? Did I talk by myself like a madman to a camera? How long was I doing this for? 6 hours? Is that right? Holy shit. Wow. That is amazing. 6 hours talking by myself. Well done, Slimy. All right, for those of you that in the future that get some balls, that get some cojones, the number to call in and leave voice notes or to call in live, it's on the screen, 347-791-3311. Thank you for tuning in to the Slimy Show. I would like to thank Renaissance for hosting me on his platform. Big up my brother. My one love to you. And breaking news. I think this is not really breaking because I revealed it earlier. The dock workers of Trinidad and Tobago are on high alert. This is not being reported by the media, but everybody that works on the docks are now scared. I have this from a source from oh, if you want to give in tips to the Slimy Show or the Workers' Right platform, you can use the website, the Workers' Right 868 tip line. It's on the website. So we received a tip from a dock worker that all of the dock workers are on high alert. Everyone is scared that something drastic is going to happen where something gets blown up. This is happening right now in Trinidad and Tobago. It's not just drills today. It's not just drills this time. You know, Trinidad and Tobago may have conducted drills with the United States military in the past, but it wasn't when you had all this rhetoric from the United States government, Trinidad and Tobago government, and the Venezuelan government. So this is not just a drill. This is practice for war. And all of you are signing up. I pretty much, told you what you're in for. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Follow the Workers' Rights platform. Follow the Workers' Right website. We will be, if any, well, I don't see in the future. If anything ever happens to this platform, if we are banned, we will be able to stream directly from the website. Let me see if I can demonstrate that for you guys real quick. I'm losing my voice. I've been speaking for 5 hours. No, I don't want to see you. Fuck you. You know what? Let's end the speech with Mia Motley. This is what a real female leader is supposed to sound like. If anything, the leader of Tobago was supposed to be echoing these sentiments here.
If ever we needed a reminder of how unstable and how dangerous this world that we live in is, and how vulnerable our Caribbean region is, it is now with us, facing a multiplicity of threats. We don't need to look any further than the menacing vessels, military vessels from the United States across the Caribbean Sea, including what is reputed to be the world's largest warship. These are not times of pirates anymore. This is 2025, and we have cause to be duly concerned. Because even as that is happening, one of the most dangerous hurricanes for the 2025 Atlantic season is bearing down on our brothers and sisters in the Northern Caribbean. Melissa, we are facing, my friends, an extremely dangerous and untenable situation in Southern Caribbean. And as a people with a tragic history of being subjected to centuries of big power, orchestrated genocide, terrorism, and warfare, and as a small state, we have invested tremendous time and energy and effort in establishing and maintaining our region as a zone of peace. Peace is critical to all that we do in this region. And now that peace is being threatened, we have to speak up. I believe that the time has come for us, therefore, to be able to ensure that we do not accept that any entity has the right to engage in extrajudicial killings of persons that they suspect of being involved in criminal activities. As I said, we stand for the rule of law. We believe that if there is other intelligence available that would cause you to take action that is an immediate threat to you as a nation, then you have a duty to share it with us. But on the face of it, conflating law enforcement with military action is a dangerous step, as Kerry Simmons advocated a few weeks ago. We equally do not accept that any nation in our region or the greater Caribbean should be the subject of an imposition upon them of any unilateral expression of force and violence by any third party or nation. If there are conflicts and disputes that are in need of resolution, then the place that they need to be taken for such resolution is the United Nations organization. And the methodology that must be deployed for the resolution is one of negotiation and peaceful actions taken in order to ensure that we can settle disputes. Barbados has always been that place, and that is why we were the location for the opposition and government in Venezuela to sign the pact here a few years ago, because we are friends of all and satellites of none. And I say so comforted that this has been the position of every single government of the country since independence. The violent actions that this buildup has led to needs to be the subject of dialogue. And I have said before, almost every war in the world in history has been ended by dialogue. So let us have dialogue to prevent the war from starting rather than to stop it when it has started.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner, 9 o'clock in the morning, gunman in your home, 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 gunman in your home,
Master. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole. in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.